All right. What is going on, everybody? This is the Xbox 2 podcast, and I am one of your hosts, Rand Thor 19, the man with the million, back again with like the 257th episode or something of this very, very professional podcast. Hopefully all the audio levels are good. Jez is back in Germany, but let me introduce him. Joining me, as always, managing editor, Windows Central, back from his vacation. I don't even know why you're in the UK, but he's back in Germany from the UK. Maybe better mics. I don't know about his whole mic situation, but hopefully everything's good. But Jez is here. What's going on, buddy?
Doing well, and I suppose we can do a quick mic check now, and people in chat can tell us how the audio levels are. Like, it's always weird because you can see what the audio levels are on OBS. Like, you can see the little yellow bar going up, but it's never like accurate, sometimes. So I suppose we'll have to defer to chat. Hope everyone's doing well. Hope you're doing well, Rand. How you been, buddy? Yeah, I've kind of had a little week off this week. I haven't written anything. I've been, back in my girlfriend's place. I haven't seen her for a few weeks. I was visiting family in England. And now I'm back in Germany with the good microphone and the good internet. So there shouldn't be any issues now.
In fact, the good internet. In fact, that somebody from your ISP actually listens to the show, right?
Yeah, so this was amazing. And I really want to give a shout out to AKW, who works for my ISP in the UK. And he could hear from the quality of the podcast that there was signal to noise ratio on my cable line. And then he sent an engineer out to fix my ISP, my internet in the UK, to improve the quality of the podcast. And it worked. My internet in the UK is perfect now. But but I'm back in Germany anyway, so it's all academic. So yeah. But shout out to AK for the help there. That was really, really cool of him. And yeah, so hopefully now I'm in Germany though, won't be having issues and the mic will be all good. Actually got a noise gate now. I never thought like having an XLR microphone would be that big of a deal until I didn't have one. So I think when I go back to the UK, I'll be investing in an XLR microphone because it's really, really nice having one here. But yeah, rambling over. Rand, have we got any housekeeping to do, buddy?
Yeah, we got shout outs this week. So there's quite a bit of them. So I guess I'll do the shout outs. So these are all the wonderful people at patreon.com/XB2. If you guys missed it, we had a one-on-one with Spawnwave Media, who does like daily YouTube videos. You guys know who he is, right? He joined me on Monday for the Xbox 2 Plus 1 episode. Jez was traveling and wasn't feeling well, so it was just me and him. I thought we had a pretty good discussion about everything Xbox. I thought it was quite good. It should go live to everybody on Tuesday on audio as well as YouTube on Jez's channel. But you can listen to it now if you want to check it out, patreon.com/XB2. But with that, we got some shout-outs to get to. We have Chris Pernice, Starsman, Hey Blinken, The Bearded Tate, Sleets, Army Dude 52C, Mr. Butterjeans, William Schumacher, Ryan Kipple, Foreign Object, Mythic Marty, Tyler, Gunstar75, Moronic Donkey 99, C Money, Mario Kart Madman on YouTube, Mockazilla, Haters Will Be Haters, myself, Randall Thor 19, Silas, Eric Gregory, Elijah Vasquez, James Moore, Jack Mehoff, Katriox, Ricky Fallon, Bright Tundra, Jasper Shap, Joseph Campbell, Sub the Jez's Only Beans, Mr. Joanna Dark, Justin Duell, Frank Mariano, Purbo King, Justin Milla, Asa T and Madison, Untidy Tim, Grizzly Mofo OG, Governor Grimm, DZ Huffin, Justin Sego, Andrew Courtney, Wuggerman, Achievement, The Scarecrow 121, Darren Tropey, Prof JJJ, Butterball 8, Ghostface Killa, Wolfgang KPZ, and Ralph Wiggum. Thank you guys so much for supporting us on patreon.com/XB2. We should have an Xbox Ultimate show probably not this upcoming week, but the week after. And then another Xbox 2 Plus 1 show with, I guess we haven't, it really depends on what's happening this month. And then we'll get the appropriate guest to talk about some things. So, with all that said, we can get into the show. I just want to thank everybody who sent me messages. Most of the messages I got are on Twitter. If you really need to reach me, some people really try to get a hold of me on Xbox. And my notifications on Xbox are wonky lately, bro. I'm not getting party chat invites. I'm not getting achievements don't pop up, which is like, it's a dagger to the heart. It's like, what am I playing on Xbox for if not to get achievements? Like how I need those. But so I would say the best way to get a hold of me, DM on Twitter. I usually will answer those. But I've been getting a lot of messages because of what we talked about with Shakespeare this past week. It was a long week, Jez. It was a very long week. So I want to thank everybody who sent me a message about what was going on with Shakespeare. We took him to the vet 8 days in a row. So let me tell you, it was a joy to wake up at 6 o'clock in the morning, essentially, 8 days in a row, and basically go over to the vet and wait in line for 2 hours, hour and a half, so the vets could see him, so he could get a shot, an antibacterial shot to hopefully, get rid of the infection in his kidneys and stuff. So yeah, that was oh man, 8 days in a row. That was definitely something. I actually got to sleep in late today, so. But I want to thank everybody who sent messages about that, because that definitely made my day, because you never know what somebody is going through. But with that said, though, let's talk about some Wolong, shall we, Jez? Some Wolong Fallen Dynasty, the brand new game that just released from Koei Tecmo and Team Ninja. It's on all platforms, but it's a day one Game Pass title. It's got pretty good reviews. I think it's sitting at like an 80 Metacritic, I believe, right now. And I've put about 6 hours into the game, 7 hours. I didn't really play a lot this week for obvious reasons. I was kind of just not feeling a lot of things. I was just mostly tired from all the stuff that was going on. So I did get a chance to put some time into it, and I am going to at least try to finish it. I don't know if I'm good enough. This is can be a very difficult game. In fact, I would imagine most people who probably play this aren't going to get past the first boss of the game. It is definitely a skill check boss. This is my first Team Ninja game, and I don't know how long. I didn't play Neo 1 or Neo 2. So, I'm kind of getting into the groove of it, but it plays very similarly to Sekiro, which was my game of the year in 2019. So it controls very well. It's a basic, Souls game, hack and slash. You have your regular attack on X, and you have your spirit attacks on Y, which do more damage, but then also causes your spirit gauge to move to the left. And if you use too much spirit or too many spells, you're kind of be winded, and the enemy will get an attack on you. And there's all the tropes of a Souls-like game where, if you die, you lose your chi, which is you use to like level yourself up. And if you go to, in this game, you have like battle flags, like which are your checkpoints, right? Where you can rest and level up. And then when you come out, all the enemies that you killed will be dead, or all the enemies that you killed would basically be brought back to life. But yeah, so far 6 hours in, I'm quite enjoying it. It's definitely it throws a lot at you, from the different types of weapons you can use and the different types of like you're leveling up. Like wood, metal, fire, and each one of those things have different stat bonuses, and then you have all these different sort of spells you can use, and all the different types of weapons, and you can upgrade all of those, all the different armor sets with all the different perks and bonuses that you can all upgrade. So it really does throw a lot at you at once. So I'm still trying to come to terms with everything the game is trying to explain to me. But so far I'm enjoying it quite a bit. I played a little bit of co-op with Gaz. I think he finished the game, so we were trying out the co-op. And so if you do have somebody you want to play it with, I do think it makes the game a little bit easier, because you have somebody you can rely on, especially if that somebody's really good. If you want to experience the game in co-op, then that is something you can do. But it is difficult. There are, moments, especially some boss fights, that can be a little overwhelming. The first boss fight, the very first one, I think took me like 40 minutes. And then the next boss fights, I think I all beat on the first try. But I can tell there's definitely going to probably be a lot more fights in the future of the game that are going to be quite difficult.
Have you fought Lubu yet?
I have not fought Lubu. I've only played for 6 or 7 hours. And the way the game's structured is it like you have this like battlefield you go to. You can choose these missions where it's like the main battlefield or sub-battlefields. And sometimes the sub-battlefields are on the main battlefields you just went through, but in darkness and backwards. And then you go through this map. I wouldn't say it's like open world, but it's a big enough map, right? Many different ways to go, different secret areas where you can loot all these different things. And scattered across the map will be like flag points. And I mentioned the battle flag points that you raise where you would, when you die, that's where you respawn and where you can level up and stuff. There's like, they'll tell you in the top right, top left corner how many there are in the level. On the radar with like, there's be like a red line that points to where you're supposed to go. But there's also these smaller flags. Because the way this game, the whole like setup of the game is you have this morale system. So you start off a level with like 0 morale. And you set up all your different spells and the things you want to use. And the enemies have different morale levels. So you'll come to an enemy and say, I'm a morale level 2 and he's a 2, so we're equally matched, but then you'll kill him. It's basically just a really easy enemy. But then you'll start coming into harder enemies that are like morale 10, and you might be a morale 6, and you'll be like, that guy's a little bit tougher. And the way you raise morale is by killing enemies, and you can, kill them any way you wish with crossbows or your attacks or perhaps your magic. Sometimes you will lose morale if you get hit, especially when they use like the unblockable red attack. But this is where the game wants you to basically parry everything. Very much like Sekiro, you can parry all the moves. Normally, a flashing red attack in any other game is like, oh, you can't block this, you can't parry this, you got to get out of the way. One of the core mechanics of this game is you can parry or deflect those big red attacks, and if you do that, it opens up the enemy to, like, you can basically either hit them without them hitting back, or you can engage in a fatal strike, which is like an instant attack, a very cinematic attack that will take off a lot of health, because basically when you block one of those red attacks, it pushes their spirit meter to the far left. It's like when you attack people, you're building up your spirit meter to the right in the blue, and then when you use like your heavy attack on Y, or when you want to use magic, or when you want to use your companion, that all uses those blue spells and pushes it to the left. And if it gets all the way to the left, you kind of get stunned. But the enemies also do that too, right? They have the same exact sort of mechanic. So they attack, they build up the blue spirit, and if you parry them in their red phases, it basically destroys their spirit things, and you can use the fatal strike on them. It's basically how you're going to progress through the game, and they give you that enemy in the very beginning of the game, that first boss, where you pretty much have to parry them and get good at it. But like I said, I'm only 6 hours in. We'll see how this goes. I think this is going to be quite a long game, but I am enjoying it. I don't know if it's as good as Sekiro yet, but and I don't know if it plays like Neo or Neo 2. I know some people say this is basically Neo 3, but I haven't played Neo 3, so I can't really speak on it. But it seems like a really cool game. I think you said your brother's playing it, right?
Yeah, a bunch of our team's playing it, and my brother was playing it. He and I was watching him play, and some of the boss fights are absolutely spectacular.
Yeah,
it does seem cool. It does seem like the kind of game that I could sink my teeth into, like a less open world, a little bit more sort of linear. I kind of favor that at the minute. There was a time in my life where I was like, oh man, I'm really tired of linear games. But now I'm more like, wow, I really appreciate linear games nowadays. So I think I might I'm going to jump in, but I got so much I want to play that I've sort of decided not to start that until I've gone through at least some of my backlog. That being said, I did start a new game this week and found myself weirdly addicted, weirdly sucked into a love-hate relationship with it, which is really strange. Do you want to hear about it?
Well, I did. For actually, yeah. In just a minute, I kind of got off my point, and I totally forgot to go back to it. But like the way each of the levels are set up in Wolong, and you have the flags, right? You have the battle flags, which are your checkpoints and where you can level up and sell your items and call in reinforcements. But you have the smaller flags called marking flags, because the whole mechanic is based around your morale system, right? You start at morale 0 at every fight, and the more you kill enemies, your morale goes up, right? You don't want it to go down. Your morale goes up, which means you can take more damage and you deal out more damage. And usually by the end of the level, the enemies are like morale 20. So you need to be morale 20 or maybe slightly below, a little bit above to be able to take them on. So you have the big flags that you can put down, the checkpoints where you die, where you respawn, and then you got to kill the enemy that killed you to get your chi back, which is your points to level up. But there's also these smaller flags planted around the battlefield where if you plant those, it'll be like, oh, your fortitude is now basically locked at 2, right? So if you're at 0, you get up to 3, you find one of these small flags, you plant it, it'll be like fortified, your morale is basically locked at 2. So if you die, you don't go all the way back to 0, you would actually start at 2. So there's, in the bigger levels, there's like 7 of those mini flags, and you want to find as many as you can, because the more you find, not only will it heal you completely and get rid of all the debuffs, but it will give you a starting point for what your morale will be at. So instead of going all back down to 0 and trying to get it all, back again, you can find the flags and be like, oh, if I do die, I don't go all the way back to morale 0, I go to 10. And then some of the spells that you can equip are based on what level your morale's at. The higher your morale, the more damage you do, the more damage you can take and stuff. So it's a very interesting mechanic that's based in the game. It has me actually exploring like every area of each map, because I want to get all the flags. So I want to make sure I can keep my morale as high as possible. There's loot everywhere, tons of weapons, tons of armors and stuff to find. So if you don't like swords, you can use spears or clubs or dual swords or whatever. Right, any different types of rarity and stuff like that. It's a very intricate game, and it's on Game Pass. I think people are really going to like it, especially if you enjoy the harder aspects that these games can provide. It's got co-op, which is, I wouldn't say unique to like Soulsborne, but it'd definitely be a boon if like you can sort of Sherpa somebody, right? If you can find someone who's really good and they'll put you in their backpack, right? And like you can go have a fun time together, play through the game. But there's definitely going to be some people who load this thing up and are going to be like turned off by that first boss fight. But what was the game that you were playing? I know what it was, because you're talking about it on Twitter. You're talking about it like you got this love-hate relationship. Oh, it's really boring, but it's really fun, right?
Well, okay, so I saw Jason Schreier was he was tweeting about Octopath Traveler 2. And he wrote like a Substack article about how much he likes it. And I was kind of like, Octopath was always on my backlog because the art's really cool. Like Octopath Traveler's a JRPG. It was on Xbox Game Pass. I was on Xbox Game Pass. It just left Xbox Game Pass. And it's got this sort of really cool sort of 16-bit art style that's also 3D with modern lighting effects and shadows. It looks really cool. It looks really nice. It's a really well done art style. So I was kind of like, well, since it's leaving Game Pass, I'll get it with the Game Pass discount, and I give it a play, because when I'm in Germany, my girlfriend monopolizes the TV, so I kind of need games that I can play either on the Steam Deck or on cloud gaming, or streaming from my Xbox, really. So I'm going to play Octopath Traveler 2 because it is a completely separate story. But I thought, man, if I'm going to play Octopath Traveler 2, I kind of need to play Octopath Traveler 1. Like, I just want to see, even though they're separate stories, I want to see how the game develops between the two games. Because Octopath Traveler 1 was kind of like reviewed kind of mid, but everyone's saying Octopath Traveler 2 is great. So I want to feel that leap between the games. So I thought, yeah, I'll enjoy Octopath Traveler 1. And I put 20 hours into it, Rand. I put 20 hours into Octopath Traveler 1. on purely through streaming. First on cloud, now streaming to my phone, and I love it. But I also
you love it. You love it, but you don't, right?
But I don't like. It's really weird, right? Because there's 8 characters with 8 separate stories, and you all travel together. Octopath Traveler, eight paths traveling. You know.
Okay. All right.
But the characters, they don't interact. So even though they're in the party together, it's like they don't even know each other. It's so strange. It's like there's no banter. There's no inter-party banter. They don't ever acknowledge each other's existences. So it has this sort of unnatural feel to it. It's almost like 8 separate stories in one combat system. I really don't like that. It just feels really strange. That being said, the combat system is really satisfying. Like some of the spells look amazing. They do really cool combos, and you can pull off some really cool strategies using the different characters, weaving the different characters' abilities with each other. So it's kind of like the combat and the art is keeping me in the game. I've been playing for 20 hours, and I'm still thinking like, man, because there's that whole meme of you have to play a JRPG for 30 hours before it gets going. So I'm kind of like, I'm trying to tough it out, because right now the story's okay. The different stories are okay, but because there's 8 of them, I feel like I can't properly invest in any of them. It's weird. It's hard to describe. I don't know if the 8 stories work. I kind of feel like if this was one cohesive story where all the characters, like, their little side stories were just side stories, then it'd be great. But from what I can tell, there's no single overarching narrative. There's no villain yet. It's a really weird game. It's a weird game. So I'm just kind of forcing myself through the combat and stuff. And on that basis, it's really good. And yeah, everyone's idol, Goro, in chat says, play Chained Echoes. So many people have said to me, Jez, just play Chained Echoes, which is another JRPG-ish kind of game that was on Xbox Game Pass. So maybe I should have just played Chained Echoes. And there's also Astria Ascending that I want to play. But also, Rand, I also tried Returnal a little bit.
Oh, Returnal. Best PlayStation exclusive this generation. How do you like it?
Yeah, I was playing it on the Steam Deck, right? And it is not optimized for the Steam Deck. So I think I really need to play it on my main PC, because it drained my Steam Deck's battery in 40 minutes. Running at 30 frames per second. So I kind of think, yeah, okay, this is not a good Steam Deck game. But what I did play on the Steam Deck, which was about 30 frames, it was really fun. Like, the combat's really satisfying, and it's another one of them kind of games where you don't have to think too hard about it. You don't have to, I don't know, you don't have to like pay that much attention to the story. It's just about running around killing stuff. So I kind of dig that aspect of it at the minute. But yeah, I'll give some proper thoughts on Returnal once I get going on my proper PC. My RTX 2070 doesn't really get that much use these days. I mean, I use it for World of Warcraft, but you hardly need a 2070 to play World of Warcraft. But yeah, that's pretty much what I've been playing. I actually, had a week off work, so I actually managed to play some games for a change, which is crazy, right? Game journalist never actually gets to play any games when actually working, which is weird. But yeah, I think is that everything you've been playing this week?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's been a long week. But I finished I finished Atomic Heart. And the game that game ended up being okay. I mean, I think it looks great. I think the art style and all this sort of stuff is really cool.
But you finished it?
Yeah, I did finish it. It was about 16 hours long. I mean, maybe like a 6.5, 7, depending on how. Some of it's just like gets me really frustrated with the gating of the puzzles on the main path, where it's just like, I just want to continue on, but you're making me solve these stupid puzzles. Like, that really just piss me off. The open world seemed to be just added on for no reason whatsoever. I didn't even bother searching. There was no reason to go around and search in the open world. Like, they give you the only reason they have is like, oh well, like there are these testing grounds which are basically puzzle rooms and they're scattered throughout the world and you can get better parts for your weapons there, but you don't really need them. And there's no real reason for the open world to even exist. Maybe the game would have been better if it was just a really structured linear experience, because I mean that's essentially what I would play. I would literally finish an area, get in my car and drive to the next area, and then when you're in that area you go down in some elevator or whatever and it's like a dungeon, so it's completely unique. But it was like, yeah, the open world felt completely pointless. You know, some of the powers are really cool. I did enjoy that aspect, like the Bioshock aspect of like using weapons and guns at the same time, being able to freeze somebody and using a weapon to blow them apart, stuff like that. Story was, I mean, I don't know. I saw all the twists and turns coming, so it was just. I mean, I'm happy I finished it. Like I said, you put out a poll that was like, "Oh, you're not really enjoying the game. Do you finish it or whatever?" And I actually voted in that poll. I was like, "You finish it."
And I was thinking of you when I made that poll.
Yeah.
I made that poll because of Octopath Traveler. Like, I was about 8 hours in, and I was just like, I just unlocked like the 4th or 5th character or something, and I was like, man, is this like the whole gameplay loop now? Like, do I really want to be doing this for like 50 hours or however long the game is?
50
like,
hours, no, but you know, Atomic Heart's shorter than that. I will say, like, this is their first game, so there is promise. Like, you know, the game has some redeeming qualities, and some other things are just like, oh, I wish you didn't do this. So I always look.
Think, you know what I was thinking about Atomic Heart? When I mean, I haven't gotten that far into it. I think I'm like 6 hours in or something. I remember thinking, like, I kind of feel like this game would have been better served if they'd taken it a little bit more seriously, maybe. It reminds me of. I've got this theory. I've got this conspiracy theory that a lot of indie games or like smaller games, they sort of approach narrative with a sort of I don't know what to call it. A sort almost like a sarcasm, because they want to be like, oh well, don't take it too seriously, because they're afraid of being scrutinized more closely. Like, a lot of games seem to do this, where they go into humor for the sake of it, rather than because they're actually good at writing humor. And I kind of feel that about. I kind of got that about Atomic Heart. It's total conspiracy theory, you know. There's no evidence that that's what they were going for, but it just felt like the humor wasn't well executed, and it almost didn't need to be there. I don't know, but I'll get through it eventually.
I'd be interested to see.
The sex fridge is controversial. A lot of people, some people thought it was good.
Fridge, yeah.
I quite like the sex fridge, but then she stopped being a sex fridge, and I still don't know why. Like, one cutscene, she's a horny sex fridge, and the next cutscene, she's just a normal Samsung smart fridge with no sexiness whatsoever. And I was just like, well, what happened there? It was almost like someone just came in and injected a sex fridge into a few cutscenes and then forgot about the sex fridge for the rest of it. Weird.
Really
weird.
The sex fridge stuff. She does kind of go back and forth between that sort of dialogue later in the game, but apparently it's doing quite well, at least on Xbox. I saw True Achievements come out and say that according to their player tracking, it's like the biggest Xbox game of 2023, even beating out Hogwarts. Granted, you know, Atomic Heart was on Game Pass, so that kind of, you know, anybody can try it out if you're part of.
People think Hogwarts is exclusive because of the marketing.
Yeah,
cycle.
There's that, but I mean, it goes to show you, like, even like something like Hi-Fi Rush, which was shadow dropped and everybody watching and people were loving it. You know, the numbers that Atomic Heart was putting out were pretty impressive. But then again, you know, this is Xbox. They don't call us the shooter box, or at least people called it the shooter box back in the day. So we do love our shooters here, and it is a first person shooter. So I'm not surprised that people, you know, tried it out. Who knows how many people finish it. I'd be interested in, you know what, I'm going to take an eye on this Wolong Fallen Dynasty, right? Because of how hard it is. And that first boss is so difficult compared to at least the other ones I fought so far. And you
I will
can't.
say my brother one-shotted that boss you're talking about.
Well, then your brother's just a god. If it was his first try, but
Maybe you're just bad.
I could be, but I even thought I saw Mr. Miles Dumper in the chat saying that even he's Mr. I'm God at all things Soulsborne. Even he had some difficulty, right? So I want to check out, because you can't play co-op until you beat that boss. Like, so you have to do the beginning by yourself. I'd be interested in seeing the drop off of the people who get the first achievement in the game, which is raising the flag, and then how many people actually beat that tutorial boss and move on. I would imagine it's going to be a very, very steep drop off. But with that's what we've been playing. Atomic Heart, Wolong. I'll probably, hopefully, maybe finish up Wolong this week as well. At least have my full thoughts on it next week, depending on how this week goes. Hopefully, it's not as crappy as this past week was. But
I didn't know the first boss was supposed to be hard, because my brother made it look just really easy.
Well, your brother's just a god then. He's just really that good.
He's like a Monster Hunter speedrunner, so
Harry says, "Why is the first boss so hard?" Well, so you only have like 3 healing items. I mean, I have 5 right now, right? You don't have really that much. I mean, I guess in this sense that you could grind out the beginning of the game to like level yourself up to a certain point. I think I was level 6 when I fought the first boss, but I forget what morale rank I was. So you don't have a lot of health, you don't do a lot of damage, and the game basically expects you to sort of be a master of the parry system already, because he's constantly doing those red attacks, which is how you basically need to beat him. So it's like you can't really get hit many times. I think you can only get hit like maybe 3 times before you're dead. You only have 3 uses of healing, so you can't really heal yourself that often. There's 2 phases, so it's sort of like it is in some of these beginnings of these games where you don't have a lot of health, and you don't have a lot of weapons, and you don't do a lot of damage, and you can't heal, and it's difficult for that. And it's like, I think they sort of intentionally make it like that, because the rest of the bosses I fought, like the big boar or the big gorilla, even the other human boss, like they were much easier, and I was able to beat them on my first try. But since then, I've been able to level up my weapons. I have 5 healing drinks instead of 3, so I got more health and stuff.
You probably go when you did it again. You probably do it really easily, and it's like that in Elden Ring, isn't it? What's that guy called with the walking stick at the start in Elden Ring? I can't remember his name. Morgott? Is it Morgott or Morgott or something?
Something like that, yeah.
Like, I remember when I first played Elden Ring, you remember I was bitching to you in DMs about how hard he was. Do you remember?
I remember.
And I was saying, this is ridiculous. Like, and then I killed him. And then, like, I had to make another character for guide writing and stuff. And I made a character with a 2-handed weapon, and I literally just ran from the start of the game to that boss and then one-shotted him. Because sometimes these bosses, like, you just have to know what to expect. The hard part is committing their moves to muscle memory. So, like, when I went there again on my second character, I did it just really easily, and I didn't grind, I didn't level up or anything. I just went there straight away, but basically naked, and just I knew when to expect to roll and all that kind of stuff. So it kind of feels good, and it's kind of like unique to Souls-likes, where like you do learn a boss fight to the point where it's in your muscle memory, and you come back and you feel really good that you're able to do it much easier the next time. I don't know.
Yeah,
but I feel like that's probably the case with Wolong as well. You'll probably do it again, and you're probably like, oh yeah, it's not that hard.
Yeah, but yeah, you guys do us a big favor. If you're enjoying the show, make sure you hit the like button, please, and make sure you subscribe if you're new. We just a little bit over 92,000. Hopefully hit 100,000 this year. I did see Dustin Legary hit 100K today, so big congrats to him. He's been making nonstop Xbox Activision videos, because there's a lot of content. And I did see Hoglaw make his return today. He's going to be putting out a video as well. I'll be definitely wanting to check out that because his expertise on this matter is something I definitely have been missing. But Destin's got everything covered with the whole ABK stuff. We'll be talking about that a little bit later. How it looks like, hey, the EU's going to approve it, which should make Jez happy. PlayStation suffered a big loss in court and might have to reveal some secrets. And a whole bunch of other stuff. But let me get through some of these super chats. Thank you guys for being here so much. Appreciate all of you. You have no idea. We have one here from God Emperor Sofa King who says ponies are on suicide watch after this week.
Wow.
So, I mean,
that's harsh.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people were upset. I think a lot of people have come to the realization that maybe the deal is actually going to pass. Because I think for a while there, after people had heard, oh, the EU sent out a statement of objections, and the CMA initial report came out with all their little documentation. People were just reading it and like making judgment calls based on what they're reading in the articles people were saying. And like I think a lot of people convinced themselves the deal was going to get blocked, right? And it was just it was over. It's like, Xbox, Microsoft, you're destined to be in last place. You couldn't even get Activision, right?
Oh, it's such a roller coaster, man.
Roller coaster of emotions. But now it looks like, you know what? Maybe that was a little premature because it looks like it might get approved. And now those people are just gonna lose their minds, write out 20-page tweets demanding that the Democrats do something about it on Capitol Hill and stuff. And it's definitely very funny to watch. Really interesting, really funny.
It's exhausting, man. I'm tired of it. You remember? I think last time I said that I was down to 65% of it going through after being like 75% and then like 90%.
Well, the funny thing is
now I'm back up to 75%.
The funny thing is, most people don't even really care that much. You're actually someone who does care because you actually love Blizzard and want them free of Bobby Kotick. So you actually have a horse in the race, right?
I got a huge horse in the race. I got Invincible, Arthur's horse from Warcraft 3. But it's all about Blizzard, man. I'm going to be writing about it next week. Blizzard. So much potential with Blizzard that is unrealized. But it's not just about Blizzard, man. There's so many cool games that could come back. And the fact that Phil Spencer literally name-checked these games. He name-checked StarCraft. He name-checked Guitar Hero. He name-checked Skylanders in interviews, These are games that could come back by rights, And it's not like existing Microsoft studios have shown willing to adopt older franchises, like the Initiative's working on Perfect Dark. What if after they're done with Perfect Dark and it's successful, they move on to StarCraft Ghost? That would be pretty damn sick, in my view. It's just there's so many possibilities that just won't be realized if we stick with the status quo of trend chasing for Activision shareholder culture. If we move it to a platform holder, the business model changes and it'll change for the better. That's my horse in the race. Big horse.
Big horse.
Big undead horse.
Big horse. But man, a lot of like I said, a lot of people's their swagger was reduced. They were all puffing out their chest on social media, talking about macroeconomics and how much smarter than everybody, and the CMA would never accept any sort of remedies. Microsoft would have to divest from Call of Duty fully or Activision. Did you read the statement that they put out? Even though when you actually read it, it does say like we would consider behavioral remedies and whatnot and all this sort of stuff, but they conveniently always leave that out. But a lot of people out there, man, their tone is changing, and it's always super interesting to see. But we'll get into more of that a little bit later. We have Kevin Troop in the super chat saying, "Get excited! Starfield releasing between the Shadow Drop and 28 days from now. No rush on release. Too much backlog already." Okay, he's one of the marchers. Pong, one of Pong's Soul and Mav's soldiers out there spreading the good news about Todd Howard shadow dropping Starfield. As they constantly talk about. The Underdog says, Well, I know this is everyone's favorite topic. The EU approving the ABK deal will be a great step, but I'm still prepared for the worst from the CMA. Yeah, that is something to be concerned about. Sin Vendetta, our buddy, says, Happy Friday, Rand and Jez. I'm definitely looking forward to diving into Wolong when I can. After platinuming Neo 1 and 2, Wolong is straight up my alley, but I'm determined to 100% Hogwarts Legacy first. Have a great weekend. I hope you have a good weekend too, Sin. I did not get 1,000 in Hogwarts Legacy. Did not get a platinum or 1,000 gamer score, whatever you want to call it. Mainly because I didn't want to have to do everything the game asked of you, of get all the collections and get to level 40. I do have almost all the achievements. I'm only missing a few. I did greatly enjoy my time with that game, though. You know, another game that's coming out this month, Jez, that finally got dated for Xbox, even though we knew it was coming, but we have a date, is Sifu. That's coming out on March 28th. I love that game. It's one of my favorite games of last year. So I'm definitely be looking forward to playing through that all again and trying. I think even on PlayStation, I beat the game with only dying twice because there's a trophy for beating it under the age of 25. I'll be looking forward to getting all the achievements again in the Xbox version. And they're also adding like new stuff like arenas and things like that. So it's going to be a big month. Xbox got a lot going on. Our buddy Joaquin, Joaquin, however you say his first name, Branch, he says, Jez, can you explain what Xbox mobile strat is? Do they plan on letting King pick and adapt any of their IP or to grow King in what they currently do?
That's a really interesting question. And I haven't really had many conversations with Microsoft about what they plan to do. I was actually thinking about this today a little bit. I was wondering, like, what could this mean for Microsoft's casual games team? Because, like, a lot of people don't know this, but a part of Xbox game publishing, one of the studios is called Microsoft Casual Games, and they make Solitaire, which is actually one of their biggest games. Like we're talking tens of millions of monthly active players of Solitaire on mobile. You know, it's like a staple. Solitaire. You know, everyone's played Solitaire at least once. Have you've played Solitaire?
Yes,
right?
I've played Solitaire. Yes, who hasn't played Solitaire?
Everyone's played Solitaire, and it's an Xbox game technically. You get Xbox achievements if you play Solitaire on your phone. It's awesome. I was wondering, like, will they? You know, because I saw my girlfriend playing a match 3 game on a phone. I was like, you should be playing Candy Crush because Microsoft's going to own that.
You would say that. You would say that.
Yeah, she was looking at me like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" But I was thinking,
use that
like,
word, bro, to get demonetized. You know, YouTube and their policies.
I've only 15 seconds in. It didn't.
Oh yeah. But yeah. I guess you could say that word.
Okay, we get one. We get one, right?
Well, maybe another one later.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll space out the F-bombs. But I was wondering, like, are they going to strip out I don't know, Google Play, and then make it so like you can get Xbox achievements while playing Candy Crush, or get Xbox achievements while playing one of the other King games? You know, I was honestly, I don't know, but Joaquin, I will inquire, and we'll get some information about how they're going to handle that stuff, because it is an interesting point. You know, I'm not sure though I don't know if King is actually equipped to make the kind of mobile games that would be good for Microsoft franchises, really. Like, you're not gonna see King suddenly whip out a League of Legends competitor, for example. They make very simple games. They make casual games at the end of the day. So all of King's mobile games are like super casual and probably aren't going to appeal to like any Xbox fans, really. Unless, you know, you want to play a casual game on the bus or something. You know, I remember a few months ago I played Candy Crush on the podcast, and I played it for about 2 minutes before they asked me to pay some money. So that's probably what they want it for, really. It's a license to print money at the end of the day. I don't know if we'll be seeing like a Halo edition of Candy Crush. But yeah, I suppose we'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they do. Let's see. We got a couple more here. We have one from Ham Solo. He goes, I agree with you on this one, Rand. #Atomic Heart. I'm glad me and you agree on something here, Ham. On the bright side, says the first boss will kill the game. In my opinion, not fun. I do think there'll be a severe drop off from the first boss. Yeah. If only they let you play it co-op, at least maybe then people could get carried through it. But you have to get through that first boss. And then on the bright side said Starfield showcase announcement ? So all right, yeah. Leaky says Jez Just, I feel on State of Redfall, people will play it soon. Yes, Redfall has an event. Seems like sometime next month, where a lot of content creators will be able to play it and give their thoughts about it. So that's definitely happening in March. Can't wait to see what people say about that. Looks like our buddy Colt Eastwood got invited to go. So
Yeah,
that'd be
Colt.
Can't wait to see what he thinks about it. Astro Brady, he says Adult Swim made the golden age of mobile games. But the whole Starfield showcase thing, so I guess a lot of people are going to be like, you guys lied. You guys just made stuff up. Even someone who was like, hey, you make stuff up to make people watch your podcast. Did people watch the podcast for that? I don't know about that. But either way, a lot of people don't like the fact that there was a Starfield showcase. There wasn't a Starfield showcase this past week. We had sort of talked a little bit about it last week. Andy had made a tweet saying that it was imminent. So I figured, you know what? Let's address it. I mean, I can go first, or if you want to go first and just give your... I already know what you're going to say because you constantly say it all the time. And it even goes something along the lines of, if it's not on Windows Central, so go ahead.
If it's not on Windows Central, it's not backed by hard evidence. We've been saying this forever, you know. Sometimes, like, when you're podcasting, you discuss rumors that are out there, you know. And I think, like, unusually so, I suppose, like, we had something to add to this rumor. And we were joking about it last week, right? We were joking and saying, if it's correct, it was you heard it here first. But if it's wrong, then it was Andy from VGC, because he said it originally, right? And that, I thought that was, like, you know, enough sarcasm for people to know that, you know, we didn't have hard evidence on this, right? But I will say that I had two very reliable sources tell me that they were expecting to see a Starfield announcement this past week, and it didn't happen, you know. But it's one of them. I didn't have physical evidence, so I didn't report it on Windows Central, unlike the Developer Direct, which I did report on Windows Central, which then was announced the next day, or later that day, or the next couple of days, or something like that, because I had physical evidence. I leaked the Xbox Series S accurately a year in advance of its announcement, despite the fact that major outlets said it wasn't happening, because I had physical evidence, you know. So, like, sometimes we talk about rumors and stuff, but that being said, like I said, I did have good sourcing on this. Sources that are almost always correct. So, but the fact that Andy said it, you'd heard it from other people that were different from me, and I'd heard it from some other people that were different from Andy and Rand, that made it sound pretty certain, right? So that's the full context of the whole Starfield Direct thing. And because of the quality of my sources, I still think it's going to happen soon. You know, it maybe got delayed a week, maybe it got delayed a couple of weeks, but it's going to be soon, is my thinking, because there's no smoke without fire. And if Andy's heard about it separately from my sources, separately from other people's sources, that probably means that it's probably quite soon. But until I've got physical evidence, I'm not going to put it in a report on Windows Central, because, you know, until then, it's a secondhand rumor, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So I have to see it first with my own eyeballs, my dude. I have to see it. So yeah, I think Andy at VGC has good sourcing. You know, and I was just kind of like, well, it's kind of suspicious that he's heard about it at the same time that I heard about it. And when he started talking about it on Twitter, I was like, oh damn, I've been scooped, because I'd actually heard about it, you know. And so that's kind of where that's gone. So has it been delayed? Is there crossed wires? Is it going to be announced next week or the week after? I don't know. We'll have to wait and see, you know. That's the fun and games with rumor mill kind of stuff. It's all fun and games. You have to
Our buddy Hazardor says, is it delayed because of the Redfall media event? No, the Redfall media event's been planned for quite some time. I don't think whatever. Like, so, yeah, I mean, I thought it was happening this week, even though I didn't have any, even though nobody, one person told me that he thought it was happening this week. Another person told me that all he had heard was that it was being announced really soon. So I was just like, all right, I think it's going to be announced this week. And then I saw Andy said that was imminent. I was like, oh well, this seems to be going around everywhere. So it seems pretty sure that it's going to be announced this past week. And then it didn't. And I just sat there. I was like, well, I thought it was happening. I think I even said on the show that I thought it was happening as well. So yeah. Wrong about that one. I'm not I don't have a platform like Windows Central where I'd be like, hey, this is where all my awesome stuff goes that I have sourcing for. This is just my YouTube channel. So, I was wrong on that one. Not the first time I've been wrong. I don't know, Jez. You always talk about the 40.
I don't think you are wrong. I think it's soon. I think it's just the timing is a bit off or something, or we got delayed. I am pretty confident in the person who told me, or the two people that told me about this. I'm still fairly confident it must be soon, because these particular sources haven't been wrong for me yet.
Darnell says they seem more confident in Redfall than Starfield. Well, I mean, Redfall is also coming out sooner, right? Redfall's coming out May, so you sort of need to have previews and the press sort of kind of get their hands on it and play it and those things, which is happening this month. It's just kind of the way things are with these games that are releasing. We know that Starfield's probably, as much as it probably burns Pong's soul and Mav and the Marchers, probably most likely Starfield is not coming out in March. Probably earliest is coming out is June, maybe July. Who even knows? Maybe August or September. And at some point, journalists will probably fly out to Bethesda and play the game. But it's more about Redfall Right Assistance because Redfall's coming out sooner. But yeah, I'm just, Bethesda's been very quiet about Starfield. You would think, okay, well, maybe they're just waiting for the event to actually happen. Give people a nice little deep dive, 30 to 40 minutes on everything the game has to offer, and then go on the offensive with a big marketing push about the game, right? And that would be kind of the start. The question is, it's kind of like the developer direct, right? Do you really need to tell people a Starfield event's coming 2 weeks in advance? Because that was my thinking. It was like, okay, I got a couple people telling me this is happening soon. I thought it was going to happen last week. And then I was like, all right, maybe it's going to be like March 15th, which was my prediction, which is, as you can tell, is just, I don't know, it's just a guess. But you always like to say, oh, it's one of your quote predictions or whatever. But maybe they don't need to announce this something like this 2 weeks in advance or even a week in advance. Maybe they could just give 2 days notice. Maybe it's like, in 2 weeks, they're like, oh, by the way, tune in on March, say on Monday, March 13th. They're like, by the way, tune in on March 15th for the Starfield showcase. And it's only got to wait 2 days, Yeah. Maybe it's something like that could happen. Or, you know what? It'd be funny if it didn't happen. And it was just like, well, it's not March at all. Maybe they ran into problems and it was like, oh, well, Starfield needs to be delayed again. I don't know what's going on. But shout out to Tim Dog in the chat. Tim's here and he's loving it. Loving everything that's going on. But yeah. That's the thing about Starfield. I still think it's happening soon, but I'm not gonna. I learned my lesson again. I'm usually not one to put things out there like that, so I'm just gonna keep not putting. I'm just gonna go back to my old ways and just not put things out there and just do my predictions and guesses. So,
it was a weird thing. It's because you'd heard separately from me, and it was just like, well, there's no smoke without fire, and surely in this case. Especially if Andy had heard it as well. I think something must have been up, but
yeah.
I suppose we'll have to wait and see when it comes. It has to be soon. They're running out of time, for God's sake.
Well, I mean, it depends.
Even if I hadn't heard it, it's kind of like, well, it must be soon-ish because they're literally running out of time at this point. I would have thought. No? Am I crazy?
I mean, they're running out of time, I guess, if you think it's still coming in June, there's not much time left. So you'd imagine maybe I just kind of look at the rest of the month that Xbox has, and it's like, okay, you got people playing Redfall, We have Forza Horizon DLC. You got Halo 3 new season, which is next week, which I did watch that trailer, and that is a very good trailer. You have like Ghostwire Tokyo most likely happening at the end of this month as well. I would imagine people's impressions about Redfall will probably drop at some point this month. It seemed like perfect for also a big Starfield presence to happen as well, and have like a really good March with a whole bunch of announcements, and kind of like lead into April with Minecraft Legends and whatever else they have planned, and then Redfall comes out in May, right? And then you would have like the big E3 showcase and things like that, and Starfield release, maybe even by then Diablo. Think about it. Like if this deal closes before June 6th, that could potentially mean Diablo 4 is a day one Game Pass game. I wonder, that's the sort of thing I was thinking of as like, okay, if Starfield's ready for June, but you already have Diablo at the beginning of June on Game Pass day one, would it be smarter just to push out Starfield a month and have like Starfield come out in July rather than put both those games in June? I mean, because there's a very, very good possibility right now that if this deal gets, the EU approves it, CMA approves it, FTC pulls their claim like they did recently to another company and then strikes a deal, that the whole deal could be completed by, let's say, May, and Diablo could be a day one Game Pass game. Do you run Diablo and Starfield the same month, or just delay Starfield a month to give it a little bit of room, or do you do them both? I still think, you know what? Give the middle finger to Square. Just hold up your middle finger and release Starfield the same day as Final Fantasy 16. Starfield will completely overshadow it in every single way, right? And it's like, hey, you don't want Square. You want to release everything on PlayStation. You want to take PlayStation's money and complain that your games aren't reaching a global audience, right? Because you're not putting it on Switch and you're not putting it on Xbox. You want to not put Final Fantasy on here, right? You want to do these sort of things? Fine. You know what? Screw you. We're releasing our game the same day as yours or the day after. Just give them the middle finger. I mean, they're not even really your partner anymore. They don't release anything on Xbox. I would understand how much does Final Fantasy 16 actually scare you? None. I'll play it. I'll play it on the PlayStation. But I'm saying, like, normally first party would avoid their partners, right? They would avoid Resident Evil 4. They would avoid Star Wars or stuff because Xbox makes money off of those games. So they would avoid all those situations. But like right now, Final Fantasy, like Square Enix doesn't release games on Xbox. They're not even your partner at this point. Right?
Yeah, I think the idea of Square Enix being a publisher on Xbox is probably over.
Yeah.
Like they've been systematically pulling their games out of Game Pass. They've been systematically, purposefully, willfully not publishing their games on Xbox. I mean, Octopath Traveler 2, it's the same engine as Octopath Traveler 1. There's literally no reason why it wouldn't be on Xbox. Not a single reason. You can't make the excuse that it's like, oh, we don't want to port it. It's too much hard work to port it. Bullshit. You've already ported it. You know, Octopath Traveler 2 literally has the same graphics pipeline and the same UI as Octopath Traveler 1. They've already done the work to port it. They haven't released on Xbox purely out of spite. You know, Square Enix is not a publisher on Xbox anymore. So I think, yeah, treat them as if they were a PlayStation publisher and drop Starfield right on top of Final Fantasy 16.
There's no reason why you couldn't
do it. There's no reason
it.
not to.
Both those games are not on the same platform. Like Final Fantasy's not on Xbox, Starfield's not on PlayStation. There's no reason you couldn't do it, right?
And also, FF16 isn't even coming to PC, so it's like it's not even like Starfield. Starfield doesn't even need to compete with it on PC.
Exactly.
So there's literally no reason to avoid Final Fantasy.
But I mean, you know, Xbox probably doesn't want to rock the boat. They probably want to, you know, have better relations.
There's no rock the boat. There's no boat to rock. There's no rock to boat. I went full Rand there for a moment. There's no boat to rock because Sony's not in the boat anymore. I mean, Square Enix isn't in the boat anymore. I completely forgotten how to talk. Square Enix isn't even in the boat, Rand. They're not even in the same ocean.
Yeah.
Square Enix is like on another planet. Not on planet Xbox anymore. It's just the way it is.
Do it.
It's just the way it is.
I say
Special
do
Nick says, "Who said Octopath 2 won't come to Xbox?" I said it, Nick. I said it. I said it won't come to Xbox, and neither will Final Fantasy 16, and neither will Final Fantasy 7 remake.
And neither will the other remake games.
Yeah, it's over. Microsoft is dead to Square Enix. They're dead to Microsoft. Dead to Square Enix. I don't know how Microsoft can solve that. I mean, it's going to be money at the end of the day.
Of course.
But I kind of feel like there's more than money here. There's something's gone wrong. Something has really gone wrong between Square Enix and Microsoft. Kind of on the scale of what went wrong between NetEase and Blizzard. Like if you went and saw like all the bad blood between NetEase and Blizzard and Activision recently, where like you even had like the NetEase CEO saying one jerk ruined our relationship. You know, sometimes, you know, when there's like egos involved, especially blokes, you know, there's sometimes egos can speak louder than money, and I think something's seriously gone south with Xbox and Square Enix. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see. But speaking of Square Enix, change of president,
change of
new regime,
new CEO. They just also folded back Luminous Productions back into themselves, right?
Yeah, so like maybe there is some change afoot. New CEO, new regime, maybe new relationships can be formed, maybe stuff like that. Maybe things can be fixed. But I don't think in the short term you should be expecting any support on Xbox from Square Enix.
Yeah,
I really highly doubt that.
Yeah. We have a member chat here from Eliza Vasquez. It says, Rands, don't be afraid to speak what you heard. Just follow Jez with I could be wrong. Ignore those Twitter folk, as unlike them, we listen to context. Well,
exactly.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I could be wrong. You know, I said what I had heard. I thought there was going to be a Starfield event announcement, and there wasn't. You know, whatever. I can easily say I was wrong about that. I'm sorry. I hold the L. I'm not above, you know, saying when I was wrong about something. I did say that. Well, I mean, I did say that I thought it was going to be this week. I don't think I said definitively it was going to be, but, you know, I'm not above being like, yeah, I was wrong on that one. Sorry. Won't happen again. You know, things happen. We got Special Nick here in the chat who's going to have Cliffy B on his Xbox Era podcast. Considering Nick doesn't really do much for the website and the podcast, I would imagine John or Jesse actually probably got Cliffy for the show, right?
Yeah.
You know, it's funny because like ILP just had Cliffy B, right? You know, Lord Cognito, Lord Attic, King David, Lord Sovereign had a great interview with Cliffy, and then Nick is like, what about me, Cliffy? What about Xbox Era, please? Like trying to like get the crumbs, kind of getting the crumbs of ILP, being like, come on, Xbox Era, Cliffy. He says in the super chat, can this deal just be over? Diablo 4 and Game Pass sooner rather than later. Indeed. Yeah, that's true. I wish it could be over. I remember when, you know, Nick's prediction was that it was going to be over in September of last year. You remember that, Jez?
I actually don't remember that.
Yeah, I remember. Nick was like,
I don't remember what happened last week.
It's going to be done. It's going to close in September of 2022. I remember those.
I had some hopium that would be the case.
I mean, yeah, you did say that. I was like March, and even my kind of estimate of March seems like it'd be too good to be true. So, Dead Planet says there's some podcasts who like to say PlayStation exclusives are the expensive steakhouse to Game Pass. Says McDonald's seem disingenuous to me. What say you? I mean, you know. Quality is subjective to each individual person. Some people might find Xbox games with their focus on more co-op and multiplayer to be better fits for them, so they can play it for longer. Some people like that linear experience. For me, at least, the one and dones that PlayStation offers, where play Returnal once and play God of War once and then never play it again. You know, that's just an easy way of saying PlayStation games are just of the utmost quality because it's a amazing steak, while like Game Pass is just, you know, McDonald's burger, which is super cheap. But
Sometimes a McDonald's burger is good for the
Yeah,
soul.
sometimes McDonald's is pretty good. You know.
Rand, I'll be right back. Just 2 minutes.
Okay, be back in a couple minutes. All right. I think we also have another super chat here that I missed. Let me scroll up. Oh, Fighting D-Dog says, "Don't break up like Colton Gas, guys." That's not going to happen. We've been doing this show like 257 episodes, something like that, 58. If we haven't ended now, we're definitely not going to end anytime soon. So, yeah, but Game Pass is killing it. Game Pass is absolutely murdering it right now. Atomic Heart, you know, some people really enjoy, others don't. Wolong's really good. Hi-Fi Rush was amazing, and then eventually this upcoming month you're gonna have, I think, like Guilty Gear Strive is coming out next week, and then you have like MLB 23 will be coming out. I'm trying to think what other games are scheduled, but this definitely feels like it, you know, shaping up to be an incredible year for Game Pass and everything on it. I wonder if Sifu's gonna be on Game Pass. Probably not. I would imagine they probably. I don't know. Maybe they would. Maybe they'll take the money because I think that game sold a crap ton on PC and PlayStation. So maybe they could. I don't know. Anyways,
we're on the Jim Beam, baby. I found some Jim Beam.
Ghostwire Tokyo. Thanks.
Yeah,
it'll be coming as well.
Jim Beam Black, extra aged bourbon. It's very good, very smooth, very warm. You're not about that shit, are you, Rand?
No, I don't drink. I don't drink.
It's a shame.
My buddy, Broken Games in the chat says, "Final Fantasy, one of the most storied and longest running franchises in gaming, and Starfield's unproven and name doesn't hold any weight yet. But yeah, keep thinking how y'all thinking. It always ends up backfiring." I don't know about this one, BG. Normally, I would say you're right. Normally, I would agree with you in this case, but...
Dude, if even Final Fantasy VII didn't sell through their expectations. Yeah. And you're talking about a game that's launching on PC, has the fanboys of Todd Howard backing it, with all the mods, all the memes it's going to generate. There ain't a prayer in hell Final Fantasy 16 is even going to come close to Starfield, unless something goes horribly wrong with Starfield. Unless Starfield launches like in a cyberpunk-esque state, I don't think there's a chance. But honestly, even then, I think even if Starfield launches broken, it'll beat Final Fantasy 16. Them's the facts. And that's even true if Final Fantasy 16 was going to be on PC and Xbox at the same time. You know, Todd Howard is an institution, baby.
I mean, even right now...
even Diablo's going to beat Final Fantasy 16.
Even right now, you know, I believe Starfield is like most wishlisted game on Steam. Like,
yeah.
It's
not
just,
a chance.
It's on more platforms. It's also basically free on Game Pass. More people will be talking about Starfield than Final Fantasy 16. That's just, I think...
Final Fantasy 16 looks very good, though. Like,
no, it does look,
the previews.
It does look quite good.
You know, and I'm someone who hates I'm someone who finds action combat in Final Fantasy 16 in Final Fantasy games to be sacrilegious. I'm someone who's still triggered that it's not turn-based after like all these years, you know. And I have to admit, Final Fantasy 16 looks incredible. Like, and I hated Final Fantasy 15's combat. Final Fantasy 15's combat was just really boring. It was so underwhelming. It was just like a chore. Every combat section in Final Fantasy 15 was just like, playing through the motions, doing the same attacks over and over again. Really easy, really basic, really boring. And then the game ended. And Final Fantasy 15's ending was so bad, they had to patch an update in to fix it, which is hilarious. It's not very often I see a game retroactively update its ending. I think the only other time I can think of where that happened was Mass Effect 3. You know, but anyway, Final Fantasy's fallen off.
The thing is, like, Starfield's not going to launch the day of of Final Fantasy 16. That's just more just like an aggressive move that they wouldn't do. So
I think that might, man.
Oh well, I mean, maybe it comes out the week later, but I'm just saying it would be interesting because it's like Square Enix not on Xbox anymore, and Final Fantasy 15 or 16 is not on Xbox. So what's you hurting? I think Starfield. I I think Starfield will completely overshadow it. I think it would be a Horizon Forbidden West, Elden Ring scenario, basically all over again. But anyways, Andre, member for 9 months, says, I have this conspiracy theory. Sony's already in talks to acquire Square Enix, and that's why Square Enix abandoned Xbox. No need to worry with legacy support. It seemed like that was something that was being talked about. I don't know if that's happening anymore. But who knows with how all this acquisition stuff happening. And who knows what will happen if the Xbox... Well, okay, you know what? There was some talk about... what would happen if the Xbox Activision deal didn't go through, and that would be that Microsoft would sell off Xbox. Huh?
Ooh, yeah. Is that the next topic?
Yeah, I mean, why not? Why not? We're just, whatever. I'll just bring up... This came from us from Andy Robinson on VGC. And it's just kind of funny how, like, one person can just say something and then it gets written into many different articles and discussed ad nauseum in many different places. Me and Spawnwave even talked about this on the show on Monday. But it's crazy. It's crazy. Like, stuff like this happens. Because Phil Spencer came in an interview and basically was like, hey, Xbox will exist even if the deal doesn't happen. You know, it's not some lynchburn to long-term things. And we'll get into this Phil Spencer interview because he really pissed off a lot of people when he talked about the exclusivity of Starfield again. People, once again, in their feelings about Starfield not coming to PlayStation for whatever reason. And Andy said... Regardless of Spencer's words, I know a lot of industry pundits think Microsoft selling off Xbox is a genuine possibility should this be blocked. But I still think I expect it to go through with concessions. To which Tom Warren said, not sure who these industry pundits are, but they are clearly clueless. You don't strategically acquire Mojang and Bethesda and form a Microsoft gaming division if you're going to sell off the Xbox business if your giant $70 billion deal doesn't go through, to which Andy replied, capitalism has proven time and time again that conventional logic really doesn't matter much if the graph doesn't point up enough. I don't expect it to happen, but I can say with authority that some important people do. That is, those are strong words right there. Very strong words.
Yes, it is.
Very important people. He can say with authority the very important people, industry pundits nonetheless, believe that if the deal doesn't go through, that Microsoft will just sell it all off. Jez, what do you think about this?
It was an interesting bunch of discourse. I replied to Andy. I'm friends with Andy. And I felt kind of bad. Everyone was dunking on him.
You got dunked on hard. You got dunked on real hard.
He did get dunked on hard. And at the end of the day, he's kind of just reporting on what someone had said. And I appreciate the position he's in, where it's like, I can't reveal who said it because they told me in confidence. Ultimately, I have no idea who said that to him. But I will say that I've heard similar. Not necessarily from industry pundits, but there is an activist movement within Microsoft shareholders, or at least there has been in the past, where there was like a group of Microsoft shareholders, very powerful ones with a lot of shares to the tune of millions of dollars, or maybe even tens or hundreds of millions of dollars, who wanted Microsoft to get out of gaming. They thought it was too much risk. They thought like their money their investments could be better spent elsewhere, probably businesses, probably cloud. And there has been people who push for this. They want Microsoft to get out of gaming. They think it's like frivolous or a side project, or it's a waste of their resources or waste of their investments. There are people who want this to happen. So like, whether it's like, it could be that by someone saying, I think Microsoft will do this. What it really is maybe someone's telling them that they want them to do this, and here's why they should do this, and that there's people pushing for it to happen, and then it gets misinterpreted and all that kind of stuff. There's always been this narrative, Rand, for years. I remember back in 2013 when I first came into writing about Xbox, there was this narrative back then, and a lot of it comes from shareholders who think Microsoft should just be 100% business to business. They shouldn't be in consumer products at all. And they undermine Microsoft's efforts to get into consumer products. And they've done it for years. They did it with Surface. They did it with Microsoft Band. They did it with Windows Phone. And they do it with Xbox as well. But I think like the truth of the matter is ultimately what Tom Warren said. Microsoft, by creating a separate gaming division, naming Phil Spencer as the CEO, investing in Mojang and investing in Activision Blizzard, that is Microsoft saying to shareholders, look, we know what we're doing, let us cook. You know, this is the scale of the opportunity we have here. You know, the opportunity we have here is to be like Tencent. We're making this much, many billions of dollars purely on gaming with this strategy, you know. So while I do think like there is an activist element to this, I don't think Microsoft's going to sell Xbox. Not under this current regime. Not under the Phil Satya regime is Xbox going to be sold at Microsoft. Even if this deal falls through, you know, they knew this deal was risky. They knew it was going to be an uphill struggle, even without this sort of Lena Khan ideological pushback they're getting from some regulators. The law's on their side. The facts are on their side. So it will get through eventually. And it's been a rough road. It's been a rough, rocky road to get there. But you don't make those kind of investments if you don't believe in the scale of the opportunity. And clearly, Microsoft knows that, okay, if we can't have our own phone platform, if we can't have a mobile platform, if we can't have Windows on phones, then we need to have all the best apps on phones. We need to have Bing at the top of the App Store. We need to have Edge at the top of the App Store. We need to have Minecraft at the top of the App Store. We need to have Xbox Game Pass at the top of the App Store. And that's the strategy they're going with here. And it's working. You know, Bing was at the top of the Apple App Store, Rand. Mm-hmm. Bing, for God's sake. Bing, of all things, you know. So if they can't have a mobile platform, they'll just be everywhere, which is the Tencent model, you know, and they'll succeed. And I think like when they do acquire Activision Blizzard and they do start putting their games and apps on everything and they do start raking in all the money from that, shareholders will sit down and this kind of noise about Microsoft selling Xbox, it will gradually go away. But I kind of appreciate where this narrative comes from, because on the face of it, it does look like Microsoft's struggling. You know, you look at the console sales. You know, Microsoft doesn't share Game Pass figures that much. The only thing, and then the last like however long for the past year, Microsoft's been downplaying itself to explain to regulators the position they're in. We've got a pie chart, Rand. We've got a pie chart,
Pac-Man pie chart,
yeah, which showed Xbox being destroyed by PlayStation. We got some figures where it was like, yeah, PlayStation's 96% to our 4% in Japan. You know?
Yeah, they basically spent the whole last year saying how much they suck and how they should be allowed to buy Activision, how much better Sony is, right?
Yeah. So they've painted themselves in a dire light, you know. So I can see why some people would think like they'll probably get out. They'll probably get out if they can't get this deal. Because Phil Spencer said himself, Xbox have become untenable without a mobile presence. But, you know, since then, people at Xbox have said to me that buying Activision was about accelerating that vision, but it's not the only way to achieve that vision. So what that says to me is they already have a plan B if the deal does get blocked. They still want to go ahead with trying to get into mobile, and they have seen some inroads there. I mean, like I said, Bing, of all things, managed to hit the top of the App Store. So Microsoft clearly has seen the opportunity, and they can clearly do it without Activision, and I think they will do it. You know, there's other ways that they can achieve this vision. Some of it's regulatory. Some of it will be like going to the EU and saying Apple's blocking Xbox Game Pass on the App Store for no reason, anti-competitively. Can you do something about this? That will help them, you know, and then they can cut a deal with Activision to get Diablo onto xCloud, and they can get to the top of the App Store that way. So, you know, there's alternative paths here, and the vision's staying sewn, and they'll achieve it, I think. So there's so much drama about this deal, but it's not the be all and end all of Xbox. It's really not. You know, when you sit back and take an overview of the whole business and the scale of the opportunity, it's not the be all and end all. There's other companies that could look at buying. There's other ways they can look at proliferating their vision, and it'll be all good. It'll be all good.
But very important people, just industry pundits nonetheless. They all say Xbox. Well, here's the thing. I was worried last gen.
I want to know who's talking about.
Yeah, well, anonymous sourcing, is the thing. I mean, you use anonymous sources. I mean, even I use them as well. You don't mention who it is. Here's the thing. I can totally imagine Andy sitting in a bar with some industry pundits or whatever, and then being like, "Hey, so what happens if Xbox and the deal doesn't go through?" And then them saying, "They'll just sell them, bro." Here's the thing. I can easily see people saying they'll just sell Xbox, because I mean, even I was worried last gen after how horrible it was, and like that Xbox, like Microsoft was done with Xbox. I felt it. I was worried that they were just going to be like, "Yeah, we'll sell it off to Google, or we'll just completely sunset it." Right? This gaming thing, we don't know why we're in this gaming thing. We're just going to get completely rid of it. But if you look at the revenue, ever since Phil's taken over, it's gone up pretty much every single year with the introduction of Game Pass, right? Okay, so now you have to do certain things. We didn't have a first-party portfolio. Now we got to spend all this money to buy all these studios and these publishers so we can actually release games that people want to play, and that takes time. And then this sort of deal falls in your lap, right? Activision, their stock price is in turmoil. It's falling because of all the allegations. They're looking maybe get out of it because they only make Call of Duty anymore, and who knows how long that's going to last. So it's like, hey, Microsoft's like, hey, we got the money. Satya's all in. They foresee a future where, 5-10 years from now, that, as they said, Xbox's gaming's a core pillar of the company. So it's like, all right, spend the money. And it's like, and then because it was kind of a rocky road, and let's be honest, I think it's a lot more rockier than a lot of people suspected. I mean, I didn't think there would be this much of a challenge to it, because at the end of the day, I don't think any of the arguments that people presented for why it shouldn't happen really held any water, right? No. I didn't expect Sony to come out on the offensive like they did, and kudos to them for protecting their business. As they said, they're just protecting their business, right? They made some compelling arguments to people in power, the regulators, who really don't understand the video game industry at all. And their arguments were like, people thought their arguments were completely correct, or at least held some merit, and it looked like this deal may get blocked. Not for like the merits of the deal, but a lot of the political stuff, like, big tech bad, we can't let Microsoft get any more power. We got to protect Sony and competition and all these sort of things. So I can easily see pundits out there looking at it and be like, well, what's next for Xbox and Microsoft if this deal doesn't go through? And then basically them just saying, I don't know, maybe they just sell it. Maybe they get rid of it. Maybe if like the next few years, if the deal gets blocked, the revenue starts to decline, because we already saw the past quarter, revenue was down 13%. Not really a great position to be in. For whatever reason, you can't really get Series X's anywhere, right? At the same time, PlayStation is like going through the roof right now. PlayStation 5s are in stock, available. They're selling quite a bit. So it sort of seems like, well, if the deal doesn't go through and they don't get that injection of revenue, because that's what Call of Duty is. It's this huge injection of like yearly revenue, $9 billion. It's going to basically put Xbox right there with PlayStation in terms of yearly revenue. It's going to do a lot, right? Ton of money to come in, ton of users, ton of monthly active users. Game Pass could grow and really take off if they had Call of Duty. Diablo, Blizzard on PC, that's the one area they talked about so much. Growth in the PC market. And you add Blizzard.
I really want to know what they're doing about that, man. What are they going to do?
What are they going to do with that? But anyways, so basically all these sort of things are, well, what's next? Well, if it doesn't go through, maybe they just sell them. And it's like, all right, because I think they have thought about selling them in the past, so it's not outside the realm of possibility. If you mentioned there are some investors within Microsoft that are like, what are we doing in gaming? Get out of it, because it's not making us any money. So I would imagine there's even probably some people, big-time investors at Microsoft, who probably want it gone too. The problem is we've even seen some from the Ampere estimates that said Xbox Series X is at 18.5 million and PlayStation's at 30. I think those numbers are wrong. I mean, the CMA even said that they know what the numbers are, and they're a lot. Xbox's numbers are a lot higher than people think. I would imagine Xbox's numbers are probably in the 22, 23 million range. PlayStation's at 30 million. So I think Ampere is on the low end at 18. But they did say that Xbox has like 27% of the market to PlayStation's, I forget the numbers off the top of my head, but Xbox based.
Yes.
Well,
PlayStation 4 is still really strong.
No, it is. But like Xbox and Nintendo basically have the same like market share, and then PlayStation's obviously the highest. So it's like I don't see Xbox giving up basically almost 30% of the market just because the deal doesn't go through. And then even you think, okay, realistically, let's imagine a hypothetical situation where they do think about selling it. Who do you sell it to? Like Frank says in the chat, who can afford to buy Xbox? Who's in a position to even spend the type of money it would take to buy a first-party platform, right? I mean, sure, you can say Tencent. You could say Tencent, right, Jez? But there's no way in hell.
Tencent, man. It'd have to be what it'd have to be. It'd have to be a merger and make a new company, I think. Because Xbox,
I mean, like spin them off. Microsoft spins them off, essentially.
Yeah.
Maybe that's probably more realistic than selling them. Because even if you think about selling them, okay, so who would sell them? Tencent wouldn't be able to buy them because there's no way that deal will get approved, and I don't think Microsoft would sell it to Tencent. And I don't even know if they want into the console platform business. Realistically, the only options you would have are Apple and Amazon. And who knows if Apple would even want it, right? Amazon potentially could, but that's really your only two options because it's not like Sony would want it. It's not like Sony would it's not even like the regulators would even approve Sony getting them because it's like, oh, you're acquiring Xbox? Yeah, that deal would completely they would block that deal right away. Like you're not going to be able to buy a platform and then have that deal get approved. So the people who would actually be in a position with enough money to buy it are really slim. You know, like people are like, oh, what about Samsung? You know, like, well, does Samsung even want to get into the gaming industry? I could see Amazon being the one, but
that'd be sick.
Maybe it would be,
man. Oh man, that'd be awesome. Actually, I'd be down for that. Samsung owning Xbox, that'd be sick. I know someone who I know someone from Microsoft. You ever been to Microsoft headquarters, Rand?
No, I have not.
Well, Microsoft headquarters is crazy. It's like it's like a little village. Well, it's more than a village. It's like a small town. It has its own like Starbucks and all this stuff inside the campus, like multiple huge buildings. It's crazy. I've never seen anything like it. And I know someone from Microsoft who was saying, like, you know how crazy Redmond campus is? You want to see what Samsung's business is like. Like Samsung's campus is supposedly more like some kind of futuristic city in Korea. Samsung's hype is my point.
Yeah. But, you know, I can't wait for because this sort of reminds me of the Fable 4chan rumor where it just...
What was that?
Remember the Fable 4chan rumor? Oh, the game's restarting over. They're ditching the Forza Tech engine and starting over with Unreal, but the game will still be out next year. This sort of reminds me of that where it's like someone said something on Twitter and then literally it gets made into 100 different articles all across the internet, and everybody just looks at the headline and believes it, right? The thing is about Andy Robinson, who I do enjoy his articles and stuff, is I do believe people have said that to him. The problem is everybody believes that the people telling it to Andy are infallible, right? They could be very powerful people, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're right or they're in a position to really know what would happen. It's just that when you say that and it's like, oh, I've heard this might happen, people like, what? And then other websites write about it, and it sort of becomes a thing, gets latched on, and people assume it's true, even though the people could be telling Andy may not be in a position to know, and like I said, certainly aren't infallible, right? I mean, he even saw an article yesterday about how Sony was about to buy Take-Two. Did you see this?
Yes, and it was a random guy on Twitter said this. and it sent Take-Two share prices up 6%.
But from what I understand, that wasn't even why Take-Two stock prices was up. It was something completely different. It had nothing to do with whatever that guy said. I don't know. I was talking to somebody, and they were just saying that it wasn't the reason why it was even up. I don't know. I didn't really look into it because, but like, yeah, like, oh, if they're allowed to get this, then Sony's gonna go after Take-Two, and it's like, okay, sure, maybe. I don't know.
It's so funny. Like we say, like Take-Two stock price is up, but like if you look at their year-over-year, they're still down 26%. Oh man, they're only up for the past month. So yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. Anyways, enough about Microsoft selling Xbox. I'm sure somebody's going to say something about the title where it literally says Microsoft to sell Xbox, but I mean, that's how it was positioned, and that's how we're going to talk about it. Got a couple super chats here. Let's see what we got here. We have Andy who says, Jez, what's the last thing you heard about Everwild?
I've never heard a damn thing about Everwild. I don't have any sources at Rare. The only time I knew something about Rare was the big Disney collaboration for Pirates of the Caribbean, and that's as a result of them working with an external agency. I have no source at Rare, and I don't know a damn thing about Everwild. Can't even pretend to know anything about Everwild. I'm afraid. I don't suppose you've heard anything, Rand, about Everwild? I don't know a damn thing about it.
No. What else we got here? We do have the second part of what Andy said about the games that I do want to talk about just in a minute here. Painful Discourse says Hogue Law's first ABK vid after rehab is running now. If people want to go check that out, I'm sure they can check it out whenever. It's YouTube. It's there forever. I would definitely be checking it out later. Purple Haze says, hey, is Kind of Bridge of Spirits coming to Xbox as well or no? It should have been out by now, right? I mean, they never denied the possibility of it coming. But we don't know any of the details about the contract. Could have been a 2-year deal. Could have been a 1-year deal, but then maybe they didn't start developing until later. So that's the thing. You just don't know. Maybe it comes to Xbox. Maybe Sony buys them and kind of just becomes kind of a PlayStation franchise. Maybe, 2 years after the game comes out, maybe it finally comes. I don't know. But I think you've talked about that, about Sony's strategy of, what's the word you use for it?
Obfuscation.
Yeah. About the idea of like having these games that are exclusive to their platform, timed exclusive, but you don't know when it would come, so it acts almost like a full exclusive. Like it says Final Fantasy 16 is 6-month exclusive, but I mean they're not even talking about other consoles. And when they said, "Oh yeah, it'll come to PC," but certainly not after 6 months, so it gives this kind of veneer of like, well, when is it ever going to go to another platform? And it's like that for every game, any game. Like we're right here with kind of is a game that they've never said no, but it's also a game that you don't have any idea when it will. So, because of that, people buy it and play it over there instead of waiting, which I think a lot of people do, which is why late ports never really sell well on other platforms, because the vast majority of people who really wanted to play those games have played it, and they don't want to wait. The one and only Tim Dog says, when will it leak that the CMA approved deal or they come to terms? What was your take on how the EU was leaked through the press, Jez?
It's weird, actually. I mean, someone is clearly feeding Reuters specifically information, and Reuters was at the were Reuters journalists looking very swag in their suits at the press conference. So funny, man, going to this press conference and in Belgium, and there's like all these professional journalists there, like with suits on, and with slick back hair, and then I show up, in a cardigan and jeans. I was just like, man, I am so out of place here. But these like legitimate journalists and whatever, they sometimes leaking stuff to the press kind of affect share prices and stuff, And I suppose like with Reuters reporting that the EU is going to approve the deal, that'll raise confidence in the share price. So let's have a quick look at Activision's share price. And yeah, lo and behold, it is up 3% this week. is that purely because of the Reuters report? I would probably guess yes. It started rising on Wednesday, and it's continued to rise since then. So clearly, there's more confidence in the deal than there has been. It's really spiked up hard since February 28th. And it does seem like, there's increasing confidence in the deal. So, yeah, I don't know, man. It's all shady. No one's ever leaked stuff to me to manipulate a share price. Well, I'll be completely open to that if there's anyone listening from Activision or Microsoft. I'll put it out there. Just give me some clicks. Yeah,
you just want those clicks, huh?
I just want those clicks, baby. Give me the clicks. I mean, I could get more clicks if I lean more into the culture war. Dropping some clickbait here and there, dropping some fake rumors. But I much prefer legitimate rumors. That's much better way of doing business. I think more sustainable long term. I don't know how you feel about that, Rand. Oh man.
Yeah, I mean, I feel the same.
If you put fake rumors out there, eventually someone's going to call you out on your bullshit.
Yeah, and there's plenty of people that, I mean, like you said, we mentioned the Take-Two thing, and there's plenty of people that have called out that guy for false stuff, or plenty of other people who have done that over the years and are usually wrong about things. It's interesting that we already are hearing that the EU is going to approve it, considering they just pushed back the approval date to April 26th. 10 days, 10 working days. That's a month and a half from now. And we already hear from I forget which news organization reported it. Maybe I think it was Bloomberg that they're not going to require divestiture. They're sounds like they're happy with what the Nvidia deal, the Nintendo deal, and even there was a report that Microsoft was looking to get a third party to monitor the Call of Duty stuff, which was something the CMA sort of had questions about, being like, well, they didn't want to have to monitor it all. So it sounds like Xbox or Microsoft is going to essentially have a third party monitor it to make sure that they're upholding the tenets of the agreement, which is, I think, something they did with their LinkedIn deal.
Yes, yeah, they did, yeah.
But the rumors.
Oh man, did you see this? I just want to interject. Did you see this line? I think it was in the CMA report where they were saying Microsoft could use its dominant position with LinkedIn to market Xbox games.
Jesus.
I'm like, come the fuck on. LinkedIn. Oh, there's a second.
I mean, no, that's fine. It's fine. So we are hearing about this way in advance, right? But the big one is the CMA, Tim, right? You said it's the CMA is the one. And there's a part of me, it's like the CMA gives its ruling on the 25th, and then the EU gives it on the 26th. Or is it the other way around? No, the EU's on the 25th, and then the CMA's on the 26th. You know what could happen, Jez? You know what could happen? You get on the 25th, the EU's like, we're passing it. And Jez is all happy, being like, yes, Blizzard, come home, baby. World of Warcraft. Yes.
It's coming up.
So everybody's, all the Xbox fans are happy. We're all like, yes, the deal's going through. And then the next day, the 26th, you get the CMA coming out and be like, we're blocking the deal. So you have the roller coaster of emotions. The roller coaster.
No. Man, I think the CMA just wants a bag.
Maybe they do. Who's going to give it to them?
I think the CMA just wants a little bit of cash under the table. That's all they want. That's how it works in Britain. There's nothing legitimate in Britain. It's all, slipping a little grease in the wheels a little bit, slipping that money under the table, British government knows all about that.
Yeah. Hey, shout out to the
allegedly, touch wood.
Shout out to the over 1,500 of you that are watching the show right now. Make sure you hit that like button if you're enjoying it, and please subscribe if you're new as well. We have a super chat here from Face 23BKNY. He said, before Bethesda was bought by Microsoft, their games weren't selling so well. How will Starfield sell more than Final Fantasy 16 when it's in Game Pass? I don't think me and Jez were talking about sales in particular. Although,
I was.
Well, I mean, Sure, I will
say that. I will say that it will
okay.
not only because even though it's in Game Pass, it'll still sell more copies.
There's a very good possibility it'll sell more copies just on PC than
PC, Steam, the rest of it.
I was more talking about the idea of
deluxe editions
of Final Fantasy 16 maybe having a couple million players at launch, where Starfield's probably going to have tens of millions of players, and the gaming discourse will all be about Starfield rather than about Final Fantasy, and it getting eclipsed that way, not only in, like Jez says, in sales, but also just in the minds of everybody, and the discourse on YouTube and
streams
everywhere. Because you kind
Starfield's
of,
going to destroy Final Fantasy on Twitch.
The thing is, it's Final Fantasy's not God of War, so and this is Todd Howard. Like, you can say, hey, Deathloop didn't sell well, which even though they just announced 5 million players, and Hi-Fi Rush just announced 2 million players, and Bethesda games weren't selling the greatest, but this is Todd Howard. This is the guy who did Oblivion and Skyrim and Fallout. Like, these games are absolutely massive. And sure, Starfield's brand new IP. I get, like, some people are say, like, I'm not sold on it yet, because granted, we haven't seen a lot of it, right? We've only seen like 8 minutes of footage, and they really haven't started the marketing. But like Jez says, unless the game just is completely broken in this Cyberpunk 2.0 when it comes out, it's going to do incredibly well, right?
Final Fantasy 16 is going to be a great game, probably. It's going to have a long tail, and it'll probably do very well. But it's not going to be an event in gaming history like an Elden Ring, like a Skyrim, like a Minecraft. Like, Final Fantasy 16 is going to come and go like any one and done kind of game. It's not going to be a Final Fantasy 7. Those days are over. It's going to do very well, but it's just not going to be a Starfield. I think Starfield just has everything going for it. The modding community, PC version on cloud and Game Pass and stuff like that and everything. It's just the way it's going to go. It's just the way it's going to be. That's not an attack on Final Fantasy 16. And I know some fanboys will take it that way. It's just the reality of the situation. It's like these creation engine games made by Todd Howard just blow up. They just blow up. They just do. And tens of thousands of people still play Skyrim every day to this day, even though it's old and janky as hell by modern standards.
Yeah. Outbreak Gamer has been a member for months. Says, any ideas when the Starfield showcase will happen? I mean, I have my guess out there. I was thinking it was going to be March 15th, is my guess. I got my fingers crossed it's this month, but my guess would be the 15th. Jez, do you want to give a guess on when you think it might be?
What, the direct?
Not the announcement, the actual show.
The actual show? I want to hope it's this month. I would guess it's this month. We're running out of time, man. April the latest.
Running out of time, indeed. We got Randy G saying it seems Sony may come to regret getting involved with this deal because the regulators will now want to look at their exclusivity contracts. Indeed, that is something we'll be talking about in a minute. Joaquin. I do that on purpose. He says Sony currently has marketing rights for Street Fighter 6 and Tekken 8. Should Xbox go after Mortal Kombat 12's rights with E3 reveal, or does it matter at this point?
I think having Mortal Kombat would be a good counter to Street Fighter, maybe. It's probably something they'd look at. Yeah, it would be. That would be a solid counterpoint.
But I mean, I could easily see Sony having all three of those. I mean, like, let's be honest, the fighting game community is on PlayStation.
Yes, it is.
So, like, because he was trying to tell me that it doesn't make sense for Mortal Kombat to have a marketing agreement with PlayStation, because how would Capcom feel about it with Street Fighter 6? And it's like, I mean, Street Fighter 6 will be out by then, most likely. So, I mean, I guess it's possible Xbox tries to get it, but in my mind, if you're a fighting game, you're probably just going to go with PlayStation. You got the whole Evo thing, like Jez said. Now, the other thing about, let's see, what else? The other thing I want to talk about that Andy had said, which has to do...
Did you get Tim Dog's super chat, by the way?
We talked about it, yeah.
Okay. Yes, Tim, we got your super chat. Sorry about that. He said his wife was talking to him, so he didn't hear.
Yes, we answered your question, Tim. Jez did. The other thing I wanted to talk about regarding Andy Robinson was he said on his podcast, which VGC started their own podcast, and they talked a little bit about Xbox. They said that regarding the Xbox first-party titles, that Avowed and Hellblade were the next ones up after Starfield, which is something I think me and you have said. I expect Avowed to be next year, maybe beginning of the year. Possibly. Hellblade 2, I'm sort of leaning in the camp. It could be this fall. I want to be positive about it. I want to
put someone out there, Ron.
Oh, geez, here we go. All right, put it out here.
I'm gonna put it out there, Ron.
Chat, listen up. Jez is putting something out. He's been drinking. He's putting something out here. Here we go. What are you putting out?
I would bet money that Hellblade is this year.
Ooh.
I would bet money.
Really?
Could be wrong.
Oh, here we go with this. No. How do you say you bet money that Hellblade 2 is here and then immediately backtrack and say could be wrong though?
I could be wrong, man. You never know what happens in game development. Who knows? Like a pigeon might fly through Ninja Theory's window, crash into their servers, and delete all the builds of the game. You don't know, man. But right now, yeah, I think I have a suspicion that Hellblade's this year, man.
Well, they did just release their first dev diary. The other day. So
pretty cool, right?
That is
It'd
pretty
be cool
if
we get some dev diaries between now and E3, and then at E3 they announce the launch date or launch window, and they say, "Yep, it's holiday."
I mean, they've shown the game twice, so I would imagine you'd have to show a date for the next time. That would be pretty big. I've always been like, man, Hellblade 2. You guys know Hellblade 2 is my most anticipated first party game from Xbox. So I would love it if it hit this year, because that would just sort of round out everything. You'd have all these games releasing the first half of the year. You got Forza, potentially Diablo and a new Call of Duty as first party titles, and then like Hellblade 2. So, but Andy said in his podcast that the next games up were essentially Hellblade 2 and Avowed. I think Avowed is next year. I think there's a good chance Hellblade is this year. And Jez, like you just said, you would bet money that Hellblade 2 is this year, but who knows how the rest of development goes. Could be wrong. But that Fable, Perfect Dark, and Everwild were still miles away, which sounds about right to me. Sounds about right. I don't know how many times I said I don't expect Fable till 2025. Everwild until 2025. I was a little bit more optimistic about Perfect Dark. I thought maybe it could be the fall game for 2024, but 2025. Like, yeah, that's the earliest I expect any of those three games is essentially 2025.
What about State Decay?
2025.
What about Contraband?
2025. Maybe next year. I don't know.
What about Project Dragon?
Oh yeah, there's that other thing. IO revealed Project Fantasy?
Project Fantasy, yeah, they changed the code name.
Online game, online fantasy MMO or whatever the hell it is. A lot of people asking you, is this Project Dragon? And if it is this still with Xbox?
Yeah, so for those who don't know, this week IO Interactive announced a new adventure. Join the party and help us realize our vision for a bold new online fantasy RPG. It has been a decade since we first imagined creating a new world of assassination for our Hitman game. 7 years ago, we launched that world in its infancy and nurtured it to grow, blah, 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 blah. We're sharing this with all of you. We're embarking on a new adventure, one that expands our creativity, our capabilities, and in some sense, our identity. We're building a new world, a new IP, an online fantasy RPG, a world and a game built from the core to entertain players and expand for many years to come. Feels familiar. Yet at the same time, IOA is going on a journey unlike anything we've ever been on before. Against wizards, lizards, and thief kings, to the togetherness, camaraderie, agony, and delight found at the tabletop. So yes, this is Project Dragon. Like, so for those who are asking me, is this Project Dragon? Is it something else? It is definitely Project Dragon. The fact they talk about like the fantasy elements, like being the dungeon master and stuff, all of that stuff was in the schematic that I saw that was codenamed Project Dragon. And I'm guessing they changed the code name to fantasy because, code names change. I don't know if you guys know about this, but when a code name leaks, they change the code name. they don't just keep the same code name because it's pointless if everyone knows what the code name is. So yeah, this is the new code name for Project Dragon, I suppose, is Project Fantasy. Everything they've said about it in that sounds exactly the same as what I've got here. Now, Rand, the controversy about this, is it still published by Xbox?
Or was it ever published by Xbox?
Or was it ever published by Xbox? So in the documents that I've seen pertaining to Project Dragon, they talk about target platforms being Xbox and PC. They talk about using Azure servers. They talk about using PlayFab and all that kind of stuff. And now with this new context, I'm wondering if this was just a pitch. And if they just said to Microsoft, like, this is the game we're proposing to make with your backing. And maybe Microsoft decided not to back it. Or maybe, the two parties couldn't come to an agreement and now it's going multi-platform instead. I don't know, but there's no mentions of platforms in that IO Interactive recruitment document, which is up on their website now. If you search for Project Fantasy, IO Interactive in Bing, you can read all about it, and they're just kind of recruiting. There's no platforms mentioned. So yeah, we don't know if it's still going to be published by Xbox Game Publishing and stuff. My guess is that it probably isn't. I think if this was being published by Xbox Publishing, they would want to control the marketing. They'd want to control the announcement. They would have wanted to announce this at E3. But, maybe there's another reason why they shared it early. Some people shared with me the possibility that it was going to leak in more broad terms. So they decided to just get ahead of the leak and just be like, yeah, we're making this game. We want to start recruiting for it. Similarly to the way Blizzard announced Project Odyssey. Well, they didn't announce the codename Project Odyssey. But yeah, Blizzard's survival game is codenamed Odyssey right now. Or it was. Maybe they changed it again after some asshole talked about it on a podcast. And they talked about it because they wanted to start recruiting for it. They haven't really shown off the game or what it looks like. But yeah. So, is it still published by Xbox? At this point, I have no idea. My guess would be no. My guess would be this is going to go multi-platform. Maybe they've got a Game Pass deal for it or something. But at this point, I have no clue. And I don't have a source right now that can tell me one way or the other. And J1 also mentioned in chat, PAX Day got announced as well. Now, some of you might remember that PAX Day was also associated with Xbox Game Publishing at one point, because that's another game that I saw a schematic for a long time ago, around the same time that I saw a schematic for Project Dragon. And in that article, it kind of also talks about using Azure servers being published by Xbox Game Studios. But again, PAX Day also hasn't announced platforms yet, which again makes me think maybe it was a pitch and they decided to pass on it for whatever reason. This happens in business, and this is the problem when you're leaking stuff sometimes, is you don't know the full context. You don't know, is this a pitch? Is this is this an actual full-blown deal? So yeah, I guess now that we have a little bit more information, it seems that probably these games aren't being published by Microsoft, but maybe they'll have Game Pass deals, maybe they won't. Maybe they'll come first to Xbox and be timed exclusive, maybe they won't. Or maybe, Rand, the Activision Blizzard deal affected it. Maybe they were just like, we need to pull out some of these deals while we focus entirely all of our contractual bandwidth on Activision Blizzard. Because I've certainly heard that Activision Blizzard, the deal, has affected Microsoft's abilities to acquire some other companies.
Well, yeah.
I've definitely heard that.
That's pretty apparent. But would it...
beyond speculation, I've heard that.
Yeah, but I mean, would it affect their ability to run Xbox Global Publishing and because that's... I understand the deal affecting their ability to acquire other companies, but why would the deal affect Xbox Global Publishing from running and helping these other studios make their games? I don't really see any correlation there between the two.
Yeah, I was just kind of reaching, but I have no idea whether it was ever a thing or whether it's still a thing. I suppose we kind of just have to wait and see.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I think that's the problem with this. They didn't announce any platforms, and it is just a job recruitment thing. So there's still a possibility exists that it could be an Xbox game. It's just like they just let them announce because it's what is it? Just a code name. But you would have figured if it was Xbox was publishing it, they would want to control all that sort of stuff. So yeah, we'll see how. I mean, I'm interested. Well, actually, no, I'm not. I'm not that interested in it anymore. Like, I'm not gonna play an online MMO or whatever the heck it's supposed to be. You know, I like the idea of them expanding and doing something different than Hitman or the Bond game, which we haven't heard anything about. But MMOs and those sort of things aren't really my cup of tea. So, my interest in IO Interactive is more of the Hitman variety rather than like an online fantasy thing. So, my interest in Project Dragon was always low based on all that. But I'm sure there's probably people listening that are like, I'm really interested in it, right? Like, I'm super interested in a fantasy online thing or whatever. But not me. Not me at all. Rich Marg says, what happened to The Wolf Among Us? Also, how do you feel about the silent protagonist? You guys are my favorite podcast by far. Rand is the best. Me? Oh, well, thank you. That means a lot.
He's all right. I guess.
Okay. I'm not a fan of silent protagonists at all. I was very happy when they decided for the remake of Dead Space to have Isaac Clarke talk, because it didn't make any sense to me why he wouldn't in the first game. Like, I understand why they didn't have the resources, they didn't want to hire anybody, and Gordon Freeman and Doomslayer all, but like, I need that to make a connection to the character. You know what I mean?
Rand.
What?
Rand. Major leak just happened.
Oh no, major leak. Is this a serious thing or is this like a jokey thing?
No, this is not a jokey thing, bro. This is a major serious thing. Idle Sloth just announced the Xbox Series S toaster. They are releasing a toaster that looks like a Series S.
Really?
It's got 800 watts of power. 2 slices of bread, 40mm slots, and 6 levels of browning, anti-jam function, anti-slip feet, removable chrome tray, 3 modes, defrost, bagel, and cancel with LED indicator. And it looks like an Xbox Series S with green lights.
Shut up.
For real. And there's also a UNSC toolbox with a Halo-style pliers, wrench, tape measure, and a hammer.
Is it?
Oh,
did anybody forget to tell anybody that April 1st is still a month away?
I don't know. I don't know if this is real. I asked Idle Slot tweeted out. Don't know if it's real. I said, "Is this real?" But dude, it looks awesome. Go to Idle Slot's Twitter to check it out. I don't know where the hell he's seen this.
I mean, I see it. I mean,
makes toast at 120 hertz, bro.
I mean, this sort of seems like a joke thing.
Do you think it's April Fool's leaked or something?
I mean,
kind of ruined it if it's April Fool's leaked. I would unironically buy an Xbox toaster.
I asked you if this was a serious leak.
It's serious.
This is what you give me? An Xbox Series S toaster?
Bro, it's serious. You're telling me new Xbox hardware is not serious?
That's not Xbox hardware, though.
That's a new Xbox SKU, bro. Yeah, it doesn't play games, but it toasts bread.
I mean, it's no different than the Xbox that currently exists, huh? Doesn't have any games either, right? Doesn't have any games either.
Oh, dear. Yeah, well, the Xbox has Iron Bread, which you can toast bread in, I guess. Oh, my God.
Dude, so everyone's telling me to kick you off the podcast.
Bro, why? You guys not hyped for a Series S toaster? I will buy the shit out of that toaster. I guarantee I will buy that toaster. If that's real, I would definitely 100% buy it. How many teraflops is needed to output 4K toast? I mean, come on.
Give me toast at 120 frames.
Yeah. Oh man, it's a new Xbox hardware, bro. So now the Xbox console family is a 3 console family. We got the Series S.
Don't forget the fridge, though.
Oh yeah, 4 console family. It
Yeah.
makes total sense, man. This makes total sense.
Well, so to answer Rich's question, what happened to Wolf Among Us? That was the first 2023 game to get delayed to 2024. They just announced the other day.
What other games do you think will get delayed?
I don't know, because we don't really know what's supposed to be coming out at the end of the year, and it seems like everything that's announced up until June is probably going to come out this year, right? So it's tough to say what's going to get delayed to next year. But yeah, they delayed it. Don't know the reasons why. I mean, it's probably for the best. Take your time with that game, because Wolf Among Us 1 was incredible. But yeah, I don't really care. I don't care for Silent Protagonist. Wolf Among Us, it's one of the Telltale games. It's like a mystery, you know? It's not a game for you. You wouldn't like it. We have a super chat here from FaZe Dank Dodge. He says, I've been replaying Sunset Overdrive, and I don't understand why Volition didn't use it as a blueprint while they were making Saints Row. Apparently, Saints Row cost so much money that it was a big loss for Embracer, and I'm surprised. I mean, at this point, it's kind of surprising that even Volition is even still around. It sort of seems like they just haven't been able to make the next jump or have a success outside of Saints Row. It's like they did all those Saints Row games and they were successful. Then they're like, let's do Agents of Mayhem, and that was a huge bomb. And then they like, let's reboot Saints Row, and that sort of didn't do well either. It's like, I don't know how many chances they got left, you know? Steady Flow says, don't sleep on Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy is the only IP I know that ran out of digital codes. Square Enix had to stop people from buying Final Fantasy 14. Y'all two think Final Fantasy 16 will get outshined? Yes, I do. If like Starfield and Final Fantasy 16 came out the same day, it would clearly get outshined, yes. Final Fantasy 14 is a different story. It's an online MMO, and so many people were playing it that they couldn't generate codes to sell because they didn't have the server space for those people to play. Two totally different things.
Literally full.
Yeah. But yes, Final Fantasy 16 would get outshined greatly by Starfield if they came out the same day. 100%. Big Diddy says, did you guys forget to like the videos you watch on YouTube or as content creators? Or do you always think about it? I mean, if I like the video I'm watching, I always hit the like button. Because I know how much work it goes into making content and how important liking the videos as well as like the engagement it is. So when I watch somebody's video, yes, 9 times out of 10 I will like that video. I never dislike a video. I don't think I've ever disliked a YouTube video. I've just never done that.
I have. I dislike every single one of your videos, bro.
You're one of those the people that dislike it. I guess
I'm a hater.
I actually don't get that many dislikes on my videos. My like percentage is right around 98%.
Most people just like, if they dislike it, they just click out, don't they?
Yeah.
It takes a special kind of passion to dislike something. I have disliked videos in the past when it's like been misinformation or something like that.
And we have one here from Fighting D-Dog who says, can we talk about the Project Dragon announcement, which we just did. So thank you guys so much for all the super chat love and support. We appreciate it.
Dude, this Series S toaster is real, I think, man.
Oh my God, is it real?
60 euros. Bro, this is so awesome. I am so all over this, but only 2 pieces of bread?
I mean, how many pieces of bread is an Xbox toaster supposed to toast?
Well, it toasts 2 pieces of bread, but usually I go for like 3. I don't know. Is that greedy? Maybe a 2-toast pizza. A 2-piece toaster is what I need for dieting. Because like if I can only toast 2 pieces of bread at once, that's like 100 calories less. Dude, this is the best. This is the best Xbox news for months, man.
Hey, when are you gonna write an article up on Windows Central about this?
I'm on vacation, bro.
Anyways, so we kind of hinted at it, but it looks like the EU is gonna approve the deal, right, Jez?
Yeah. So I suppose this was the big news of the week. Really, was that the EU regulators, according to Reuters, and we already talked about it a little bit. According to Reuters, the EU regulators are gearing up to approve the deal without any concessions. So, like, the CMA was like, "Yeah, we'll approve it if you divest random companies, random parts of the business, completely arbitrarily." But it seems like the EU's ready to just go ahead with it, I guess. This is unsurprising because before the hearing and like getting out in front of the regulators, Microsoft literally was able to sit down with the regulators, Sony, Nvidia, and all the people that were against the deal. And Microsoft was able to basically dissect everybody's arguments without detractors being able to obfuscate reality. So Microsoft was able to be like, "Yep, we'll address that by putting all the games on NVIDIA GeForce Now. So now we no longer will we have a monopoly in cloud. We'll address Sony's concerns by committing to a 10-year deal for Call of Duty, so Sony can no longer cry about it. And you know, Nintendo, the fact that we're going to put it on Nintendo as well proves this isn't about affecting the console market at all. This is all about mobile. Blah 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 blah." So that's what basically happened. So Microsoft got its 5 minutes with the regulators, and the EU was like, "Actually, yeah, this seems completely fine, you know, and now it's going ahead and it's going to happen." This is basically what the FTC denied Microsoft. Like, Microsoft asked the FTC for a hearing, and they denied it. You know, they denied Microsoft's request, which is what led to Microsoft saying originally that their constitutional rights have been violated, and then they retracted it. Do you remember that?
I remember.
So like a few months ago, Microsoft, like, they literally, was it Microsoft or Activision? I can't remember. One of them said that their constitutional rights have been violated because the FTC refused to hear their side of the argument, which is, you know, not without merit. But yeah, this just proves to me that when Microsoft can sit down with regulators and actually explain the facts and explain what they're willing to do, there's just no argument against it. There's just no argument against it. You know, it's ridiculous. And even if Microsoft was to foreclose any of these companies in 10 years, those companies have been given a 10-year head start to pivot and respond to that possibility. Even though there's very little chance, in my view, that Microsoft, even after 10 years, will foreclose Call of Duty on PlayStation, if it's even relevant. You know, if it's even relevant. It might not even be relevant. But that gives Sony 10 years to make its own service games. And maybe this gives Sony the kick up the arse it needs to actually start making service games that are of a high quality. And maybe they'll do them better than everyone else. Sony seems to do everything else better than everyone else. Isn't that the narrative, Rand? Isn't that the narrative that Sony does everything better than everyone else?
Yes.
So, like, what's the fear here exactly? You know, they've got 10 years to build a Call of Duty competitor. Why can't they do that? You know, what is it about Call of Duty that's so unique that no one can copy it? You know,
and I think
this enhances competition.
Don't forget, there's a good chance that Microsoft getting their hands on Call of Duty end up ruining it like they ruined Halo, right?
Exactly. Maybe this helps Sony. Maybe if I was Sony, I'd be like, yeah, give them everything. Give them all our competition. But then again, Sony said in their responses that they couldn't make first-party games without the funding they get from Call of Duty. Did you see this?
Yeah, but to be fair, I'd imagine the same is exactly true for Xbox, because I would imagine that also Xbox makes their most money from Activision as well and Call of Duty. So, but yeah, of course, right? But they basically said they wouldn't be able to make the type of games they are without Call of Duty, and you know, all these sort of things, right?
Mm-hmm.
It is funny to sort of read in these documents, like, oh my god, but like, yeah. So Microsoft proposed the acquisition of Activision Blizzard is likely to be approved by EU regulators. The software giant struck licensing deals with Nintendo and Nvidia recently, and Reuters says that these deals are likely to satisfy the laws makers in Europe. And that they will reportedly they are unlikely to demand that Microsoft sell any Activision Blizzard assets as condition of the regulatory approval. And they will decide Microsoft's Activision deal by April 25th. So, yeah, that's all the stuff there. So it looks like approval is likely in the EU. I know there's other countries as well. Like I think New Zealand still has to decide, and I think they're all going to decide like once they find out what the EU is going to say about it. But I'm just kind of looking for the day this is all going to be over. Cause like it's fun to talk about in a podcast with me and you, maybe like once a week, but it certainly is not really fun talking about it in individual videos. I'm waiting for like the final, it's approved and it's closed, and I can make videos about it, and then like not have to do any like other sort of stuff regarding it. Like that's, unless Jim Ryan comes out and says something foolish. Like I kind of actually, man, there's a part of me that wants the deal to get blocked just to see what Jim Ryan would come out and say.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
Man.
Like, can you imagine?
Dude,
like, can you imagine?
Is so annoying. Game journalists is like such a victory lap.
I know. Because like, could you imagine if frying? Yeah, because we're talking about toasters. You throw frying in there. Frying, crying, Jim, dance moves, Saving Private Ryan. If the deal got blocked or whatever, can you imagine what he would come out and say? Be like, thank you so much, CMA, for protecting the integrity of the industry and protecting consumers and developers across the world from the big bad Microsoft, which, if you ask certain fans on the internet, has no games. It has no good games. In fact, we just talked about how they were actually going to be sold off. Yes, this Microsoft that has no games and was about to be sold off. Their monopoly, if they were able to get Activision Blizzard, like none of these sort of things make any sense. But it's just so funny to sort of. It's like what is that one meme that you post? Like you have like the superhero like sweating, he's looking at two buttons, and it's like Xbox Monopoly, Xbox has no games, or like Xbox Monopoly, or like Xbox being sold off, and it's like, which one do I press? I don't know, because one of them's true on one day and the other one's true on the other day. But you are right, like some of the media definitely writing some very interesting articles about all this sort of stuff. Some of it smells like they got Sony PR in their email, and it's like they're just kind of going along some of the Sony PR things. I don't know.
Oh, man.
It's very interesting. There's definitely one of the websites that definitely takes. It's funny because like the PlayStation suffered a big loss in the court with the judge. Saying that you have to hand over all these things, which we're going to talk about in a minute. But there's one website out there that was basically like, Microsoft denied this and the Sony thing. And it's like, really? That's the angle you went with? Even though Sony has to give out all these things about all these sort of things, the angle you went with the article was like, Microsoft denied or whatever. It's like, interesting. It's very interesting. It's interesting to see like a website have all these opinion articles about why the deal's bad and why Game Pass sucks and all these sort of things about what would a Game Pass future be like and all this sort of stuff, and then like have a basic puff piece about Sony's third-party plans and things like that. It's very interesting when you see it all side by side and you're like, interesting, very interesting, interesting indeed. But
shall I have more drink?
Should you have more?
Should I have more drink?
I mean, I don't know. Should you have more?
Yeah, let's have one more. Just one more. Don't want to go crazy. Oh shit! I just spilled everywhere. Let's not go crazy.
We have
a lot of calories in whiskey, Rand.
Glitchdockers member for 29 months says, Jez foreshadowed the Series S toaster by declaring the Series X review unit gets quite toasty. It's going to overheat discussions incoming.
It's really cold in Europe right now. It's like -4, which, -4 C and F is what? -4 Celsius is about 24 Fahrenheit, which, is not super cold, but it's cold, One thing I always do in England when I'm cold, because I don't have a radiator in my room. What do you call radiators in America, Rand? Do you call them radiators too?
Radiator, yeah.
Radiator, yeah. I don't have a radiator in England in my room. It gets really cold when it's winter. But there's one way I can always warm the room up, and that's by turning on the Xbox Series X. That thing pumps out some serious heat when it's going. you know.
Do you
But it
remember?
handled it well.
Do you remember when that was the thing before? When I think there was a lot of fanboys saying that the Series X was causing like fires and stuff, and you had the console and you like did the heat test. You remember all that leading up to the launch of the console?
Yeah, because some people with vape pens like
Yep.
blew smoke through the holes in the Series X. You know, one thing I'm still curious about with the Series X is like, because the vents like top facing, I really, really love the design of the Series X. I love the visual. I love having it vertically. It's like a little PC. I love it. But I do wonder, like, man, how much dust is falling into my console day over day? You know, I do wonder that. Like, how do you clean these things? Is there a way to crack them open and just clean them out? Because with my PC or PCs I've had in the past, I've got a laptop these days, and even that I need to clean sometimes. Take the back off it and get the dust out of the vents and stuff like that. How do you clean the Series X? Is there an actual way of doing it? Is there a method? I don't even know. Do you ever clean your Series X? Can you pop it open? I don't
know.
know.
You might be able to. I'm sure somebody in the chat will be able to tell us, right?
Yeah, it sounds like an MVG question. I bet MVG's done this. MVG's probably got like all kinds of wires and bypasses running on his Xbox with all the hacks he's got running on it. His illegal hacks bypassing the DRM. I don't know where I'm even ranting about anymore. Dude, I'm still fascinated by the Series S toaster, man. It's so cool.
Do you really think that's a thing, Jez?
I really do, yeah. I think it's a thing. I mean, it's kind of, if it's a April Fool's joke, it's kind of ruined now. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, so let's talk about this FTC thing. Sony might be forced to reveal how much it pays to keep games off of Game Pass and all their third-party exclusivity deals. So Sony's been going back and forth with Microsoft and the judge here about certain things that I think Microsoft subpoenaed for their case. Sony's been trying to quash it, right? And they keep on getting deadlines. But it seems like the judge sided with Microsoft in most of these things, and that Sony might be forced to detail its PlayStation exclusivity deals and how much it pays for blocking rights to keep games off of Xbox Game Pass. And Kotaku says that the FTC chief administrative judge is now sided with Microsoft's request for details of Sony's PlayStation exclusivity deals. The request covers deals made after January 1st, 2019, including fees or agreements that prevented publishers from placing games on Game Pass. The judge's decision comes after Microsoft previously accused Sony of paying for blocking rights. And Microsoft says that Microsoft argues that the complainant in this case makes a number of allegations regarding high-performance video game console developers' exclusivity arrangements with video game publishers. Microsoft states that it is aware that SIE requires many third-party publishers to agree to exclusivity provisions, including preventing the publishers from putting their games on Xbox's multi-game subscription service, and that understanding the full extent of SIE's exclusivity arrangements and their effect on industry competitiveness will assist in its defense. So
intriguing. I had a back and forth with our old buddy Mooch on Twitter about this.
Oh, really? What did he have to say? I'm sure he wasn't for this. I'm sure Mooch is very much.
Mooch, bless him. Me and Mooch come way back. I like Mooch, but he's not a big Xbox fan these days.
Oh no! Imagine that. Shocking.
Yeah, imagine that. Mooch was kind of like he was saying that it wasn't a big deal because it only goes back to 2019. And Microsoft did ask for documents dating back for the whole of the past generation, like all the way back to 2012, supposedly. And then the court was like, nah, you can have up to 2019. And my point was like, Microsoft can still make its legal points with documents from 2019. Because the point they're trying to make is like, this is what Sony does to restrict consumer choice, and here's how we're behaving differently. Sony is foreclosing us using its market position as a weapon to limit consumer choice. And if you are a competitions regulator, this is going to be of interest to you. And even if it only goes back to 2019, Microsoft will still be able to use that argument with backed up by evidence in court. This is a huge loss for Sony. It's a huge L for Sony. And it kind of goes back to an article I wrote a few months ago, which made everybody mad, that Sony may regret getting so deeply involved in this deal. You know, Sony was going to get Call of Duty anyway. Microsoft was never going to take Call of Duty away from PlayStation. They were never going to do it. It goes completely against their entire plan to be on every console everywhere 24/7. So what they were going to Minecraft it, you know. They were going to Minecraft it. There was absolutely no way they were ever going to take Call of Duty. Sony's going to walk away from this with nothing to show from it but a black eye. Nothing, you know. It's ridiculous. And this next subpoena is just another black eye Sony will have to endure. Well, they cop up all these documents, which makes them look bad to regulators and also helps regulators save face, you know, because Microsoft will be giving regulators an off-ramp and they'll be saying, like, look, this is what Sony has done, using its market share to limit consumer choice. And then the regulators will be like, oh, yeah, you're right. We'll approve the deal and we're no longer the bad guy, and here's why. Because document XYZ, you know. So I think this is a bigger deal than a lot of fanboys would probably like for it to have been. And, you know, I think this is a big win for Microsoft and a smart move by their lawyers, you know.
Well, yeah.
Good old Brad Smith.
I would like to have seen it going all the way back to like 2012 or the start of the PS4 gen when that kind of really started. 2019, you know, still you got all 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022 to see sort of what it deals. But really, like, that's when Game Pass started coming its own to sort of see, you know, what sort of the deals and how much Sony puts in their contracts about Game Pass. But I mean, the reason this is important is because Sony's been arguing, or at least Sony's argument to the FTC and others, is that, you know, Xbox could if they get control of Call of Duty and remove it from PlayStation, foreclose on PlayStation, that could negatively impact competition. But Microsoft saying, well, if we're talking about negatively impacting competition, it's kind of important to understand the full extent of what you are doing with your own exclusivity deals that you claim we would do to you that you're doing to us. So why don't we take a peek at these sort of deals that you've been doing to see if your argument holds any water? And that's why Sony's kind of been trying to squash this, trying to extend all the deadlines to get it to only go to a certain period, right? Because they don't want this information to come out. And I mean, I haven't watched Hoglaw's video. I'm sure he can go into more of minutia of a video of information about all this. But I would imagine this isn't a good thing because Sony was trying to get it completely quashed, and it didn't happen.
Quashed. Yeah. Good word.
Yes.
Good word.
So it'll be interesting to see anything that comes out of this. There's a part of me that thinks, so like, maybe this won't even really happen. Maybe like the deal will go through, and then Microsoft and Sony will come to some agreement so that this information doesn't come out. And there's like, once the writing's on the wall, right? Once the writing's on the wall that the deal will get approved by the EU and the CMA, and that the FTC doesn't stand a chance in court. Like, once that's writing's on the wall, it could easily just be Microsoft and Sony come to an agreement, and like they don't have to provide any of these things because there'll be no trial, and then it all just goes away anyways. Because Microsoft got what they wanted, which was the deal passed, and Sony wasn't embarrassed for whatever, you know, by having to have their dirty laundry aired. Because at the end of the day, what does Microsoft want? They want the deal passed, and they feel like Sony's been misleading people talking about all this stuff. So it's very possible that once it's very apparent that the deal goes through, Sony may start talking, you know, being like, oh man, this may be something we need to go and sign on the dotted line, you know? So, anyways, Randy G says about this, what will happen if some of those documents reveal an abuse of market power that is hurting the industry? That's the question, really. What would happen? What would it reveal? You know, it's kind of funny. Like, I thought I thought like, nobody wants Game Pass and nobody's subscribed to Game Pass and devs hate it and all those sort of things, but Sony's apparently out there spending a lot of money to keep games from appearing on Game Pass though. It's very interesting. Lanzo86 says Hogue said it's a big win for Microsoft. Even the 2019 thing was the base. Yeah, I have to watch his video on that. Love of the Game says, great show. Do you think Microsoft will challenge every Sony PlayStation acquisition in the future, especially now since Microsoft has Sony business practices in writing? Maybe. I don't know. I guess it really depends on if Sony acquires. It would only really matter if they acquired someone like Take-Two or EA, really. Or like Microsoft's like, well, we acquired Activision and we did this and made sure Call of Duty was multi-platform. I mean, even if you acquired Take-Two, Grand Theft Auto, I would imagine Sony would keep that multi-platform, and I would imagine Take-2K would have to be multi-platform. Same thing with like Madden, and if you acquired EA and some of the other ones, you probably could do exclusive, but the big games would probably have to be multi-platform in this day, and considering how they make all their money. But I don't know. I don't know. Who knows if and when this deal goes through, if another publisher does get eaten up, and who knows if that publisher would be PlayStation? What if Amazon swallows up EA? I mean, there was those reports that deal was gonna happen, right, Jez? You never know in this day and age.
Indeed.
About what's going to happen.
Yep. It's all just a waiting game. Like, unless there's, like, leaks and shit backed by hard evidence and not, like, secondhand commentary.
I mean, we'll see if this even goes to court. We'll see if any of this stuff is redacted. I'm sure some of it will be redacted because of confidential information and things like that, but it'll be interesting if it ever... Kind of like the Epic Apple case, because wasn't it the Epic and Apple case where we found out that Sony had the whole you have to pay for crossplay thing? Isn't that where that came out with that trial?
Sorry, say that again.
Didn't the fact that Sony charges for crossplay come out at the Epic versus Apple trial?
Yeah, it did. Yeah.
So there was things that came out during that trial that definitely, was
embarrassing for everybody involved. That was so much fun, that trial. So much embarrassment for everyone involved. Microsoft, Sony, Epic, Apple. It was great. It was a lot of fun. And there's going to be more of that, Like, one of the things that I've always thought about the Activision Blizzard deal is that Microsoft won't foreclose Sony. But what they might do is foreclose Apple and Google. I think Microsoft will team up, and this is just a conspiracy theory, it's not backed by anything. But I've got, like, if I was Microsoft and I owned Call of Duty Mobile, Candy Crush, etc., I would team up with Epic Games and Tencent, with whom they have very good relations at the moment. Tencent's one of the companies that openly supports the deal, which is a surprise to me. I would team up with Tencent, Epic, and I'd take Call of Duty Mobile and Candy Crush and whatever, and I would go to EU regulators and say, look, EU regulators, Apple's restrictions and their 30% cut on mobile makes it impossible for innovation to occur on these platforms, and that the only business model that succeeds is pay to win and predatory gambling style kind of games, or games that have time gating, or games that force you to watch an ad every 30 seconds. And that's as a direct result of Apple having a monopoly. We want the opportunity to offer an alternative to that business model by letting us have our own app store on iOS. Please force Apple to let us do this because they have a effing monopoly. There you go, Rand. I censored myself for your algorithm. And I think that's how it's going to go. I think that's how this is all going to go. It's not about Sony. It's never been about Sony. It's always been about Google Play and the iOS App Store. So, and that doesn't affect any of us because we don't really care that much about mobile. Nobody on this nobody watching the show, me and Rand don't really care about mobile gaming that much.
Nobody watching the show really cares about mobile either.
But that's what it's about. Microsoft has been transparent all along from day zero that this was about mobile. This was about having clout in mobile. And this is what's going to happen. The regulatory battles and the foreclosures are going to happen to Apple and Google. They're not going to happen to Sony. I don't know why Sony's so bloody worried. If I was Sony, I'd be on board with this because it'll help Sony ultimately. If they can crack open Apple and Google and have people like have their own mobile presence on those stores without having to pay Google 30%, it will open up PlayStation and other companies to invest in mobile in ways that can only happen on Windows right now. Because anyone can make a store and put it on Windows, because Windows isn't locked down. But Apple is, and Google isn't, but it kind of is too, in a way. Google makes it very hard, to install a third-party app store, although it is possible, So, Sir Bloodraven says, I care about mobile, and I'm watching. So, yeah, me and Sir Bloodraven, we're down for this whole stuff. Yeah, Eric Galatch says, would we see a Sony phone? Sony already makes phones, believe it or not. Sony Xperia, then they're actually pretty good. Nobody buys them, but they're actually pretty good phones. Sony's phones are often like companion devices for their cameras. But Sony phones are pretty good. The cameras are really good. I don't know.
Stanley Buffington says, why is it at all Sony for these third-party deals? Publishers make the deals too. Indeed, it is a two-way street. They don't have to agree to some of these things, but they want money at the end of the day, and Sony's offering money. And what is it to a publisher or a developer if Sony's like, well, if you take this, you also can't do it for Game Pass, and publishers are like, take the money. You can put that clause in there. I want to be clear, man. I want to be clear. Like when at least when I talk about Sony having these exclusivity deals, and I say Sony obfuscates Xbox and all this kind of stuff, that's not me criticizing Sony. That's me like saying, just talking about the facts of the matter. The matter of fact reality of what's going on here. It's business at the end of the day. Like Sony's acting within the law. It's nothing wrong with what they're doing. They're doing it's a very aggressive strategy, but it's a strategy nonetheless that works very well. There's no criticism here about that from me. There's no ethics in as long as you're acting within the law. There's no ethics in business. The only ethics is, are you delivering for your shareholders? And Sony's damn good at doing it. They're damn good at it. So like oftentimes when we talk about Sony's business practices, fanboys will take it as a criticism. If you think talking about what Sony does is a criticism, then you are the ones you're the one who's thinking that it's a bad thing. Nobody here said it's a bad thing what they're doing. We're just talking about the reality. It's just business at the end of the day. Sony's very good at it. They're very, very good at it. Yeah. And they should be. They've been doing it for a long ass time. They're doing it for a much longer time than Microsoft. Sony came in with nothing, and they took on Nintendo, they took on Sega, and they crushed them. They absolutely crushed them for years and years and years and years. But now, Xbox has been disruptive too. And that's the beauty of capitalism, baby. Competition. It's competition, innovation, companies trying to best each other. And if Microsoft is able to get Activision, it excites me how Sony will respond to that. How will Sony respond to that? That's kind of exciting. Do you even think they have to respond?
After 10 years, I think they will.
You don't, but I mean, like so you think after 10 years they won't have Call of Duty anymore?
So Sony will have Call of Duty, but they've shown themselves to be super paranoid. They don't want to make this super easy for Microsoft, but I think it will be in Sony's interest to support this deal to like get a foothold in mobile, because that's what this is really about, in my view, is cracking open Apple's monopoly. But Sony doesn't see that. What Sony sees is paranoia that Microsoft's going to foreclose them on their status quo business, and a conservative refusal to evolve. But Sony will take that paranoia, and they will not take Microsoft's word at face value. They'll be like, we have to have an answer for Call of Duty in 10 years, just in case. Call of Duty won't be around forever. Call of Duty is huge. It's a juggernaut. We've talked about it being a ritual. Call of Duty is a ritual. That people buy the game year in, year out, whether it's good or not. Millions of people buy it regardless. Maybe a few million less people buy it if it's particularly bad, like Call of Duty Ghost or whatever it was called. but millions of people still buy it, and it will still be the most highest selling game of that year, even if it's a really bad game, you know. But I think Sony will look to be making an answer, and Sony's already said that they want to invest more in service games. They bought Destiny, which, you know, the new expansion's supposedly not very good.
Yeah, I heard some things that the Destiny community, not very happy with this new expansion, huh?
Yes, indeed. What is it? Destiny Lightfall.
Destiny Lightfall.
We need Cognito to really talk through us the blow by blow commentary of what the hell's going on with Destiny. But it's a lot of people seem upset about it. Maybe people in chat can regale us with tales about what's wrong with Destiny. But yeah, a lot of people aren't happy with the new Destiny expansion. I think it's quite. You know what I think is kind of funny, Rand. You know how Destiny it's owned by Sony now.
Yes.
It's easy to forget that, because Destiny put a dynamic background on Xbox.
Yeah.
And I was like, wow, that's like so unlikely.
Well, because Bungie's supposed to be sort of outside of Sony Interactive Entertainment, like to the point where like
limited integration,
where like they can decide where their games go and what they do, essentially. But it does, yeah, you're right. I mean, it does feel like nothing's really changed with Destiny, and it's not really a Sony-owned property. And I'm sure the same, maybe we'll feel the same about Call of Duty. Like, let's imagine the deal goes through, and this year's Call of Duty 2023, which is supposedly, as Tom Henderson and Jason Schreier have said, like a full premium new title, multiplayer, single player, all that sort of stuff. What if Microsoft finds some sort of loophole and is able to put that game into Game Pass? But for the most part, it's still the same game. Will Call of Duty be looked at an Xbox game, or will it be looked at as just a multi-platform game? Because you know it's interesting when you look at something like Psychonauts 2. I'm not sure many people view Psychonauts 2 as as an Xbox game, really, because it's everywhere, right? I remember how everybody used to talk up MLB The Show when MLB The Show was exclusive every single year, highly rated, the best baseball game on the market, and some years the only game on the market. It was always used in everybody's list wars for why like Sony was better because they had an MLB game. But now that the MLB game is everywhere, it's on PC. I think it's on PC, or maybe it's not on PC, but it's on Switch finally. It's on Xbox. It's on Game Pass on day one, the third year in a row. Nobody talks about MLB The Show or Sony San Diego anymore.
I never hear about it.
It's like, so like the games that are sort of multi-platform, they're not really viewed, like nobody views Destiny 2 as a Sony game or MLB The Show anymore as a Sony game. So I wonder if sort of the same will be held to something like, you know, Call of Duty. Will Call of Duty be looked at as a Microsoft game? Nobody views Minecraft as a Microsoft game, do they? Or maybe they do.
No.
I don't know.
They don't. They really don't. Minecraft fans definitely don't. You know, in fact, a lot of Minecraft fans, like if you look at the subreddit, they're kind of mad at Microsoft because Microsoft had this whole policy of banning people for using, you know, language in their own private servers, you know. So there's this whole narrative about Microsoft policing people and all that kind of stuff, blah, 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 blah. But I don't know. But yeah, I don't think Microsoft is associated with Minecraft. And I think, like, even after this deal closes, nobody's going to think of Call of Duty as an Xbox game. Nobody's going to think of Diablo as an Xbox game, or certainly not Warcraft as an Xbox game, you know. Maybe over time, but honestly, like, nobody associates Minecraft with Xbox. And I would argue that's a bad thing. I would argue that Mojang has too much freedom. I think it's ridiculous that we don't have an Xbox Series X version of Minecraft. I would say that as an Xbox fan.
Our buddy Subzedix is listening right now. I saw him in chat earlier, who works on Minecraft. You should tell him that.
Yes.
I always tell him that.
It's your fault, bro. It's your fault we don't have a Series X version of Minecraft. It's so, you know what? I always laugh that they patched in ray tracing for Series X on Minecraft, and then they're like, oh no, sorry, it was a mistake. Come on! You guys are working on this, and you won't let us have it? Like, why not?
What do you think the reason is? What do you think the reason is?
Maybe there's contractual obligations. Maybe there's like, we've got to have parity. Well, if you've got to have parity, put it on PlayStation as well.
Well, that means it wouldn't be on Switch, though.
Well, Screw the Switch, man.
And I bet you more people play Minecraft on the Switch than play on Xbox.
More people probably play it on iPad.
Probably. And mobile.
But then it's like, dude, who cares? You know, like the Switch is not physically capable of ray tracing or shaders or reflections. They literally made a musical about this. Rand, you don't make a musical for a fucking DLC and then not release it. They made a whole ass musical. They made a whole musical about the super duper graphics pack for Xbox. Where is it? Where is it, Rand? Man, I'm never gonna stop being.
You need to ask questions. You need to go and ask these questions to people at Xbox. Why haven't you done this?
I have, bro. No one will talk to me, bro. Well, actually, no. The last time I spoke to someone at Xbox, they told me there was 4 people on the graphics pipeline for Minecraft. 4 people.
That doesn't seem like a lot.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like a lot. And they didn't have the bandwidth to do it properly or something. So I don't know. I don't know, but I do know that I want shaders in Minecraft. Put it on everything. I don't care if it's on PlayStation as well. It should be on PlayStation as well. PlayStation 5 is capable of ray tracing. So is the Xbox. Put it on both platforms. It is ridiculous that we don't have this. Oh, well.
Yeah. We have a super chat here from Assassin who says, "Hey, guys. So what do you guys think of Andy Robinson's report on Fable, Avowed, Hellblade 2, Everwild, and Perfect Dark? Sounds like he's implying all of Xbox studios have serious management issues. Is he implying that they have management issues or just that the games are taking quite some time? Is Fable...
It's a double-edged sword, right? Like, you can either have crunch-heavy studios and then you'll have a report from Jason Schreier saying that, like, Microsoft forced all these studios to crunch and Microsoft's evil, blah, blah, blah. Or you'll have like another outlet saying these games are behind schedule, they're delayed, blah, blah, blah. Everything's super slow. You know, so it's like, what do? You know, do you have crunch? Do you have devs sleeping in the office? Or do you develop things with a more healthy development environment? You know, it's a double-edged sword. And now Microsoft has an anti-crunch policy. They want to foster healthy working practices for whatever reason. Well, obviously the reason is keeping their employees sane. But, you know, is that because they actually care about their employees or just because they're scared of the negative press? You don't know when it comes to corporations, right? But it's a double-edged sword. It's stuck between a rock and a hard place. Do you have crunch or do you speed things up? You know, depends what you prefer at the end of the day. Are you pro-crunch or you're anti-crunch? Because that's ultimately what it comes down to. And I do think like AI, in the longer term, AI will help some of this. You know, I think like a lot of programming can be done using ChatGPT and stuff potentially to make things move a little bit faster, but that's not going to be for a long time. But we'll have to wait and see. I personally, I don't subscribe to this. I don't subscribe to this idea of the games are in trouble. I think they're just, every game is complicated and every game has issues. You know, it's not like every game that exists has some kind of story where it's like, this was really hard to develop, or this feature was an issue, or we missed this developer milestone. I can't think of a single game that was just like, everything was just plain sailing from 0 to 100, you know?
Yeah, but I think people are more looking at like when Fable was revealed and when Avowed was revealed versus like when they'll actually release. Because like you say, you know, me saying, hey, Fable's 2025, or Andy saying it's miles away, but like revealing it in 2020 makes it seem like, well, what the hell happened? Why is it taking from 5 years from reveal to release? There's got to be something going on. There's got to be management issues. But I mean, Playground Games, they're very efficient when it comes to Forza, right? I mean, consistently putting out one of the best, highest rated games every 2-3 years, you know, it's not easy. And something like Fable probably does need the extra time and attention because you're only going to have one chance to make a really good impression. You want Fable to be amazing. And even
look what they did with Crackdown, man. Crackdown was such an epic fail, and part of it was outside of Microsoft's hands. Like CloudGin joined Epic Games very abruptly in the middle of development, which undoubtedly caused issues. Microsoft also wanted to show off their cloud technology, which probably impacted the game as well. And ultimately, what we were left with was a very barely AA game. It was very lackluster, very unmemorable. I completed Crackdown, and I just don't remember it at all. I don't remember a single thing about that game. And I hate to say it because there's a lot of people I really like who worked on that game. And it was just awful. I remember Terry Crews from the trailer. I don't remember anything about the game whatsoever. It was so unimportant. That game was so unimportant. They can't repeat that with Perfect Dark. They can't repeat that with Crackdown. They can't repeat that with State of Decay 3. They have to deliver. They have to show that their platform exclusives are of a higher caliber. They absolutely have to show that. Redfall needs to show that. Hi-Fi Rush, I would argue, showed that. I would argue even Pentiment showed that. Even though it was like a very niche genre, it was still within the genre it was extremely high quality game. And Starfield has to show that. I think the era of crap has to end. And I think like everything Xbox has released in the last few years has been really good.
Yeah.
Age of Empires 2 has been really good. Flight Simulator is really good.
Hey,
within their niches.
You want to even know something? Even since you're on that thing, Colt Eastwood.
Go on.
Colt Eastwood, who is being flown out to L.A. to play Redfall.
Bastard.
Making a lot of people upset because me and him were talking maybe like a week ago, and we were like, hey, the biggest thing the problem I had with the Xbox last gen was the games that they made just weren't good, right? It was just low quality stuff. And even Phil admitted that many times in interviews, like the games just weren't good enough. So we looked at essentially what Xbox has put out this generation since the release of the Series X, right? And it was like, okay, what is essentially their review aggregate? Because that's what everybody kind of takes as like, this is a sign of something good, right? So this generation, since the release of Series X, Microsoft has released 11 games, one of them being a remaster and a remake, which is Age of Empires 2. So they've released Gears Tactics, Flight Sim, Psychonauts 2, Forza Horizon 5, Halo Infinite, As Dusk Falls, Grounded, Deathloop, Pentiment, Hi-Fi Rush, Age of Empires 2. And when you add that all up, it basically comes out to an 86.6 on OpenCritic. Roughly the same score on Metacritic. As Dusk Falls is the lowest at a 77. Once Ghostwire Tokyo comes out on Xbox, it'll go lower because that's probably not going to review very well. But, nobody can deny that that's not a pretty damn high number. 86 is pretty good. So the quality is there for Xbox. It's more like, I think it's the big games that essentially are lacking, right? Because
it's the broad appeal. It's the cultural relevance. Like, Flight Simulator is amazing, but it's a flight simulator.
Sure. Fair enough.
I want a game that makes me feel emotions. Like I can feel like when I fly around in Flight Simulator, it's like, oh wow, that's really awesome. That's technically impressive. But it doesn't make me feel. Rand. It doesn't make me feel
Are
like.
You feeling right now with the
I'm feeling a little bit.
You feel like those whiskey going down?
Yeah, I have. I've had a little bit of whiskey, so I'm feeling it. I'm feeling a bit right now. But I'm just talking about feels, man. Games that make you feel something. Those are the games that are really relevant or really memorable. Those are the games that are really culturally relevant. When you're dungeon diving in Minecraft with your friends and then you get killed and you lose all your diamonds. It feels awful, but you remember it. You remember it because it was a moment in history. When I crash a plane in Flight Simulator, I'm not going to remember it. Who cares?
Yeah, but you
just respawn straight away.
You may not, but somebody may. Somebody who's really into that might.
Not many people.
Not many.
The point. I'm not begrudging people who love Flight Simulator at all, but I'm just saying it doesn't have the same broad appeal as a game like these story-driven games might have. Like I remember, like Aerith in Final Fantasy VII. That devastated me, man, as a kid.
Yeah.
And I want to feel that again.
Did it devastate you because you didn't know she was going to die and you invested a lot of effort into her and then she's just gone? Yeah.
I was trying to avoid the spoiler, man, but you just went ahead and spoiled it. But yeah, I didn't know that was coming. I'm so glad I didn't, because it was absolutely devastating. I was like 11 years old, and I had no idea that was coming. I was a sensitive kid, Rand. I'm a sensitive adult, frankly. And when I was a sensitive kid, like it literally said in my school report, Jason's very emotional. But man, I did not see that coming. I was like, dude, Sephiroth's an asshole, man.
See,
what is he
Axel
doing?
says flying in flight sim makes me feel awe. And
Well,
Brandon G goes, feelings Jez is well known for being wrong about everything.
Yeah, maybe I am, but like, I honestly, Microsoft needs those kinds of broad, appeal, emotional, relatable stories, you know. And there's nothing to say that like Flight Simulator can't be emotional, or Forza, but I don't think they have the same kind of emotional impact as a Final Fantasy VII did, or a The Last of Us did. Like honestly, like I remember when I played The Last of Us remastered for the first time on PlayStation 4, and I was just like, the intro alone was more impactful to me than anything Xbox had put out. Just being completely honest. The intro of The Last of Us absolutely devastated me. I haven't cried like that at a game since, God, Metal Gear Solid 3, maybe. Like, the ending of Metal Gear Solid 3 is just, you know, overwhelmingly dramatic. And I was just like, my God, this is just incredible. Kojima, you genius. I just don't have those kind of feelings from Xbox exclusives, but I want to.
But we weren't.
And I want Microsoft to prove that they can do that.
That wasn't the conversation we were having. We were talking about games that weren't good, and the reasons last generation why they were ridiculed. It wasn't because
I'm moving the goalpost round.
Now you're moving it again. Now you're moving it again. I'm just saying
we've moved from an issue of quality. There was an issue of quality. In the Xbox One era. Now we don't have an issue of quality in the Xbox Series X and S era, but now we have an issue of cultural relevance. I'm moving the goalpost. I'm doing what Sony fanboys do. I'm moving the goalpost. Microsoft now needs a culturally relevant experiences that will be remembered in memes for years to come, like Gears 2, like when that scene where Dom peels open that weird pod thing. My God, man. They don't have a moment like that in this entire generation.
You know,
they need those kind of moments.
I'll play devil's advocate here for a second. I thought that whole reveal with Dom and Maria was sort of just laughable, and I completely forgot about it until you even mentioned it. Yeah.
What?
I mean, whatever.
Well, I can't help it if you're dead inside.
I'm not dead inside.
If you're dead inside, there's no one that can help you. I'm sorry.
I'm just saying.
Well, what about the end of Gears 3 then, with Dom in the truck?
I mean, yeah, because like Dom's giving up his life, so you know that is emotional. But like the whole reveal of Maria.
Didn't you feel anything?
Yeah, sure. When Dom did that, yeah, sure, they did it right because they didn't. It wasn't like It wasn't like Gears 5 when they was like, give you a choice, which one? Because we can't make the decision ourselves. It was like, no, this is a story we're telling, and this is the choice we're making. No, that was fine. I was the other one. I was just kind of just like, okay, all right. They try to make it seem like it's this big thing, and it's just it didn't land for me. But
it didn't. I tell you though, the very end of Gears 5 did land for me. With Jack, that landed for me, actually.
I'm trying to remember the very end of it.
Jack's my bro. Jack sacrifices himself, bro.
Yeah, but guess what? You're just gonna have another Jack in the next game anyway, so it doesn't matter.
But he won't be our Jack. It's like
doesn't matter. It'll just be Jack. Whatever.
Man. Bro, you're dead inside, bro.
No, I'm definitely not dead.
Rand is dead inside. Randall dead inside. Someone in chat said it. Smokey confirmed Rand is dead inside, man. That's just a shame.
Nope. See, I'm not gonna let you move the goalposts. I'm not gonna let you move the goalposts. No, I'm sorry. Look,
bro.
And I mean, because I even saw people when we were talking about this whole Fable thing, Andy like miles away and stuff. Because I was like, when you were asking me when I thought these games were, people were like, well, what the hell is going to be on tap for 2024 if these games are all 2025? And I mean, maybe I'm wrong. I mean, I could be wrong. I mean, maybe Fable's 2024. I just personally think it's 2025. Maybe State of Decay is next year. Avowed sounds like it's next year. There's that Project Stoic game. Not Project Stoic. Stoics game is probably next year. Maybe it's even this year. Indiana Jones maybe is next year. ESO's game. I mean, ZeniMax Online, they could be next year. I mean, there's don't forget like Bethesda, and maybe even like Activision has some stuff wants to go like exclusive. Maybe they got something lined up for next year too. So I know the worry is, and Xbox can't have this, is like the worry is like another 2022, where it's like everybody thought we were, everybody thought like the good times were here in 2021 when Xbox had that really good year, and then like 2022 rolled in, and it seemed like 2022 was going to be good with Starfield and Redfall, right?
Oh, you cut out for a second though.
Oh, did I?
Yeah.
Now everybody thought like Starfield, Redfall, and the other 3 small games would be like, hey, no, like this is gonna be a pretty good year, and then it wasn't, and now everybody was and that's when people like 2022 broke a lot of people, because it was like, oh, we've been waiting all this time, all these games were revealed in 2020, I want to see results, right? And then now this year it's like, okay, it's starting off pretty good. We'll see how the quality is on games like Redfall and Starfield and that sort of stuff. But already it's like, people are like, well, where's Fable? You revealed it in 2020. Where's State of Decay? You revealed that in 2020. Where's Perfect Dark? You revealed that in 2020. What is taking so long from reveal to release? Especially when you have people that clearly have sources, because I think Andy does over there, that are like, yeah, those games are still miles away. So it leads to like, is there management problems at Playground? Is something going on? I mean, if Xbox has management problems, if this is really a management problem, right? Because we've discussed this constantly on the podcast. If it really truly is management problem, and it's not like management at the studios, but it's upper management that is affecting how long it takes to make these games, then yeah, people need to go. People absolutely need to go. But I'm not sure how you would even come to that conclusion. You'd have to wait for the games to come out and then be like, okay, was this game good or bad? Like you mentioned, I think Fable, you have one chance. Fable's a big game. I'd rather have them take as much time as possible for it to release than for it to release like how Crackdown did, where it was just a fart in the wind and the only thing you remember is the smell. And even then, it's like you forget about it eventually, and then Fable's just dead and buried, right? You want Fable to be something that lasts for a long time and that they can go back to and improve upon. And then even like apparently they even talked about how like when they hear about Fable, they hear about Witcher being mentioned in the same breath. Like that's what you should be striving for. You should be striving. Go ahead.
I was going to say the guy who designed Witcher 3's combat is working on Fable reboot.
Well,
so,
a lot of people don't like Witcher's combat. So
well, a lot of people are stupid.
Well, I mean, a lot of people don't like the combat, but like you should, if like Witcher, I was more like view it as like Witcher should be the model of the type of game that you should be building, like the type of the semi like serious like mature experience. Even you can have the whimsy and you can have the British humor and all that stuff, but
dude, I don't even know if you can call it British humor. Like,
well, whatever, the comedy or whatever.
British
you can have all that, but like that's what they should be. They should be aiming for Witcher because that's the type of game they should be making. They should be trying to emulate that game. But if they need all the time in the world to get that right in 2025, then that's fine. As far as the other ones, I don't know, like Everwild clearly got rebooted. They didn't know what was going on with that game, and they started over. Do you have faith?
The issue Xbox Game Studios had was that Microsoft's probably saying, look, we need to...
You're botting, by the way.
I'm buying?
Yeah.
I'm still buying now. Oh, yeah, I can see red was 190 milliseconds.
Yeah.
Oh, it's going up. It's not. It's going back down.
No, it's not. You sound better now, I think.
Yeah, okay, back to normal.
No, actually, you're not.
God damn it! Hang on, we can.
Hello. watch him leaving and rejoining really kind of screwed everything up. Oh,
Well, hello?
I hear
Oh.
you. Yeah.
That's weird. Like, my internet's supposed to be good in Germany. God damn it. Is it all right now?
Yeah, it's good.
Right. Well, what I was saying was, I think what happened really is Microsoft corporate probably was like to the studios, look, we need to tell people what to expect over the course of this generation, whether it's, regardless of how long it takes. Fable, State of Decay 3, Perfect Dark, blah, 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 whatever. And they were just like, they're now in a situation where they've announced things too early. Contraband clearly was announced too early. Fable was probably announced too early. But if these games weren't announced, we'd be sitting here thinking that Xbox had no games. Even more so than usual. We'd be sitting here. Rand, imagine, right? What would we be discussing right now if they hadn't announced any of those games? We'd be speculating and imagine that they hadn't leaked either. Imagine that Fable hadn't leaked or any of these other games had never leaked. All the games that we know about is probably Hellblade, maybe Starfield, Redfall, whatever. We'd have no idea what was coming out further along. Is that potentially a worse scenario? I think it is. I think it's worse if we just sit here thinking not knowing if State of Decay 3 exists or not knowing what, because clearly Playground would have been hiring for some kind of RPG team, but we'd be sitting there not knowing what it is. I think that'd be more agonizing than the wait itself. Because we know this thing's coming. We know that Starfield's coming. We know that Forza Motorsport's coming. We know that Hellblade's coming in the short term, near term. Or we expect that Hellblade 2 is coming in the short term, near term. And we know that Avowed is coming. But I think it's okay that Microsoft announces things that are further out, as long as they deliver. As long as these games are actually good, then I think it's fine. I would rather know personally. Would you rather know or not know? Would you rather they announce it and then be 6 months later it's out now, or would you rather just?
I'm always I kind of like announcements that are 2 years out at the most. Like something so it's like you would see it at maybe 2 E3s and then it was out and that was it. So to me, if you reveal something this year, 2023, then it's out by end of 2025. Some people are like, just show me everything. I want things that are 5 years out. But I think two years is a sweet spot for me. Anything more than that is kind of a little bit, but I mean, at the end of the day, I think I think just the games have to be great. Xbox is fighting the uphill battle. A lot of people still don't think they really even make good games. So Fable and Perfect Dark and Everwild all have to be really great games. And if they do all come in 2025, as long as Xbox has other games that are coming in 2024 that people are happy to play and that those are good, then when those games finally come in 2025 and they're fantastic and amazing, then nobody's going to care that it took X amount of years for them to come, as long as it came great. If it was bad, then people would be like, what the hell? You waited all this time for something that was awful? Then that would be a problem. But I don't think people have a problem waiting for great things.
I've got zero expectations for Fable, State of Decay, and all these other games because I've just I remember when I went to E3, I had a meeting for State of Decay 2, and I was so disappointed. I was so disappointed in State of Decay 2. I was like, is this it? Still with the janky animations, with the tethering, with basically the same feature set as State of Decay 1. The State of Decay 2 doesn't do anything particularly different to State of Decay 1. I was so disappointed, because I was expecting a Mass Effect 1 to Mass Effect 2 kind of leap in quality. But then I kind of just accepted the fact that, okay, they're still a small team. They're working with Unreal Engine for the first time, and all that kind of stuff. But I kind of want State of Decay 3 to really be a watershed moment for Undead Labs. I really want State of Decay 3 to be a huge step up. But because I've been burned so many times by Xbox Game Studios, I just have no expectations, you know. And Joe Sinister in chat says State of Decay 2 is a great game. Yeah, it's still a great game. I just wanted more from it, you know. And they didn't sell it for full price because they knew it was still a AA game, you know. It was still a AA game. You know, there was so many downsides to State of Decay, and State of Decay is probably like my favorite Xbox Game Studios franchise. You know, if we don't count like Minecraft, State of Decay is probably my favorite franchise. You know, I'm not. You know, you guys know, like I'm not a big Halo fan. I love Gears, but I am in love with the vision of State of Decay. You know, like having a base, building it with my friends, the survival kind of gameplay. I'm all about that shit. I'm in love with the vision of State of Decay, but the execution has not been great so far. You know, it's good, but it's not great. It could be so much more. But I just have such low expectations of Microsoft when it comes to first-party stuff, which is another reason why I'm such a huge advocate for the Activision deal, because I know Activision can make great games. I know Bethesda can make great games, but Matt Booty's studios generally are mid, you know. They make decent games, but they don't make those kind of cultural relevant moments, generally speaking, you know, with the exception maybe of Obsidian, you know, and then niche games like Forza, you know.
Niche games like Forza, jeez.
Yeah, I mean,
I didn't know a niche game.
Niche.
I didn't know a niche game that has 30 million players is
yeah, okay,
niche.
not niche, but like it doesn't have that sort of memeable.
It doesn't make you cry,
impact.
so it doesn't
make
matter.
me cry.
Yeah,
it doesn't make me cry. I'm moving the goalpost, Rand. I'm moving the goalpost.
Mm-hmm. I mean, definitely seems like you're.
I'm moving those goalposts, bro. I'm moving them. You see these goalposts on my back? I'm moving them. I'm putting them in Chicago, right next door to Rand.
So what are the requirements for you to stop moving those goalposts? You need to feel. I need to feel. Is that what it's all about? Chat.
I need to feel pain.
So I need to feel pain, have them cancel Gears. You'll feel pain.
Oh man, you're a terrible person.
Have the deal get blocked. You'll feel pain.
No. I need to feel like characters that I care about, and then they're in difficult situations, and I need to care about it. Yeah, okay. Forza isn't not niche, but it's not for me, you know, and it's not for a lot of people. It doesn't have that broad appeal, man.
Doesn't have broad appeal. 30 million doesn't have broad appeal. All right. It's the first time I've ever heard that before.
I don't know, man. I don't know what it is. I'm just moving the goalposts. It's not for me.
Just say you don't care for it. That's fine.
I don't care. I don't care about racing games.
Yeah.
I don't care about it.
A lot of people
I want... Could they make a racing game where I feel emotions? They should partner up with the Vin Diesel, man. They should make a Forza Fast and Furious. And then I'll feel emotions, maybe. You know, about the family and shit. I don't fucking know.
Jeez. Let's move on from this. We have Banana Peel Jack saying, Jez, are you ready for Diablo 4 Early Access Beta? I'm hyped. They included both of my classes, Sorcerer and Rogue. What class are you going to start with?
I don't actually know all the classes. What are the classes that are available? Is Necromancer available?
No.
Open bad Diablo 4.
He says Sorcerer and Rogue are in it. Those are both the class.
Yeah, I'll probably play Sorcerer in that case. Kind of sucks that Necromancer's not available. Necromancer, I'm always a Necromancer. That's my bae. That's my bae.
Yep.
But I've pre-ordered the deluxe edition. And I've also pre-ordered the collector's edition as well. I'm insane.
You're very much insane.
I'm like, there's some. I tell you, like I always tell people about the way I feel about Blizzard. There's a cluster of neurons in my brain which is dedicated to Blizzard. Like there is like a portion of my brain that was literally developed playing Blizzard games as a kid, and I cannot be objective when it comes to anything to do with Blizzard. You know, they could release a game that's totally trash, and I would still play it. I would still play it because of I'm brain damaged by the studio. Drunk Trace is crazy. He says, "I'm it." Maybe I am. Maybe I'm crazy. But I just love Blizzard, man. I just love Blizzard.
I guess maybe the timestamps are going to be a little off this week because Jez
No,
does them.
dude, my timestamps
No,
are
the timestamps are good.
point,
Okay,
baby.
okay.
The timestamps are good.
Virus Phantom says we need a 120 FPS mode on Minecraft. Well, ask SubZedX, and he'll tell you no for whatever reason. It's because it's all his fault. QQ says Fable, Perfect Dark, and Avowed State of K3 have time to cook. Bethesda Softworks is first party and make exclusives, so we should have a lot of content. Indeed. Another thing that happened this week was Phil had an interview, which he does a lot of these interviews lately, and he says a lot of the same things. Talked about Call of Duty, basically how they're not going to have exclusive skins anymore. There's going to be like an Xbox exclusive skin. It's going to be same on every platform. He made people upset about Starfield again, saying that
yes, I did see that.
He never said Starfield wouldn't be an exclusive or whatever, and that console industry is sort of defined by the exclusives, and they're sort of exclusive games are like marketing beats for the console. So people were upset because he said that they didn't make the Activision deal with the intent of taking something away. So like we're not taking anything away from like Call of Duty fans. We're not taking it away from PlayStation fans. But then people are like, but you took Starfield away from us. And it's like, well, Starfield didn't have any platforms announced for it. But then people say, well, there's no alternate universe that Starfield didn't come to PlayStation. And it's like, okay, but these are some of the things I almost kind of wish Xbox would own, right? Like, I wish they would just say, Bethesda is a first-party studio, or first-party publisher, and those games are only on Xbox. And just own it. Like, those are our games. Right? Because, like, when you have a message of, we don't want to take anything away, or like the other thing they use with Call of Duty, we want this to be everywhere. We want more people to play it. But it's like, well, don't you want that for your other games too? Right? Like, you want more people to play Call of Duty, but don't you want more people to play Halo? And more people to play Starfield? And more people to play Redfall? I mean, isn't the idea to have more people to play all your games so you can make more money? And, clearly it's like, well, no, because we need exclusives because that's how the console business runs and their marketing things. And I feel like sometimes that interferes with the message because people can just be like, well, you said you want more people to play your games, but you're not putting all your games everywhere. You're only, doing some of them. You know what I mean? So I sort of wish they would just come out and just say, Bethesda's first party, the games are exclusive. And just kind of just own that they're not going to be on other platforms. And that's just the way it is. Instead of trying to be the ultimate nice guy and try to use the flowery PR language that they use constantly about all this, I would prefer it, That's just me, though.
No, I agree. I think, like, everyone who's been paying attention, they kind of expect the fact that Bethesda was purchased to help boost Microsoft's exclusives. And I think if you're gonna have a console, you kind of need exclusives. You need some exclusives, right? But the Activision purchase is not about exclusives. Bethesda was about competing with Sony. But Activision was about competing with Apple and Google. And I think that's okay. And I think Microsoft should own that. I agree with you completely, Rand, that Microsoft should own that. And they should stop with the kumbaya, the nice guy act, and just say, like, look, future Fallout games are going to be exclusive. Future Elder Scrolls games are going to be exclusive. All the future Bethesda games are going to be exclusive. Because that was about competing with Sony. And that was about making sure that we have a high quality offering that's exclusive to our console platform. Because despite the fact that we want to be on mobile, despite the fact we want to be on PC, despite the fact that we want to be on cloud, we still want to have a competitive console offering as well. But not to the point that we completely destroy Sony. Microsoft could be like, yeah, we want to make Call of Duty exclusive. Microsoft doesn't want to destroy Sony because they don't have to destroy Sony, because Microsoft's business really is Azure and Office and business to business. I think Phil's a bit of an idealist, and I think Phil is also like, I love Phil, but you know, he's kind of like, he doesn't want to be seen as the bad guy ever, you know, when it comes to PR stuff. And I get that. I wouldn't want to be seen as the bad guy either, you know, especially when it comes to emotional franchises like Fallout and emotional franchises like The Elder Scrolls. But I think we would probably both agree, Rand, that Elder Scrolls 6 and Fallout 5 are probably going to be exclusive.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and Microsoft's argument would be, well, you know, we've had Elder Scrolls exclusive to Xbox platform in the past, like Morrowind, you know, and we had all the DLC that was exclusive to Xbox platform. So it's not without precedent. But I would just be like, just admit it. Just admit that you want to have some exclusives for your fucking console because, you know, you couldn't make them yourselves, you know, and maybe they will be able to make them themselves. We hope they will. But there's still every chance that, like, you know, State of Decay 3 is a fail, and there's still every chance that Fable's a fail and that it's mid, you know. We don't know. We assume because we have fans, as fans, we have faith in what they're doing. But these games could also not be great, and they could not be like at the level of quality that Sony's putting out. I don't think anyone can deny that Sony's putting out a level of quality that Xbox right now doesn't meet with regards to broad appeal action games. Yeah, Flight Simulator is great. They're putting out great racing games, but they're not putting out these great action games, you know, which is the kind of games that journalists like, the kind of games that content creators like, for whatever reason. The cultural relevance. And yes, I know this sounds like I'm moving the goalposts.
You're always moving the goalposts.
But I'm not a Flight Simulator fan, Rand. I'm not a racing guy at the end of the day. And I know like a lot of kids ain't either. You know, one of the things I do as a journalist to gauge relevance, I've got a friend who's got a 14-year-old son, and I always ask him, like, what are the kids saying in the playground? And the kids in the playground in Britain say that if you have an Xbox fan, if you're an Xbox owner, then, you know, it's uncool to be an Xbox fan. And I think that's a problem, you know. Don't you think that's a problem? I don't know what it's like in America, but definitely in Europe, it's a problem.
I mean, none of my nephews are of that age yet, so I couldn't tell you. So I don't know. Maybe people in chat can let us know what they think.
People in chat, let us know where you're from, and if you've got kids, how they perceive the Xbox brand. Let us know in chat, and I'll also ask that question on Spotify, because now we're back on Anchor, Rand. I can ask people questions again.
There we go. But you know what? You know what we should do now? Speaking of questions, I think it's time for some Q&A, Patreon Q&A.
Q&A, baby!
Yeah. So if you want to ask some questions, make sure you sign up for the Patreon. We got patreon.com/XB2. We got the podcast coming later in the month. We got the questions, got the shout-outs, got all that cool stuff. So let's start off here. Make sure you guys hit the like button if you're enjoying the show. We had well over 1,500 at one point during the show. And please subscribe if you're new to get us closer to that mythical 100,000 at some point this year. Silas says, good day, fellas. I was wondering how you guys develop sources that provide you the leaks. Do people reach out to you? Do you try to cultivate relationships with people that can support your work? And building off of that, at what point do you deem them trustworthy? Thanks and have a great weekend. Well, for me, it's just
here's where Rand pretends that he's not an insider.
I mean, it's just more talk to like the people that I talk to. Like I've been talking to them for a while, and I know that they have sources. And then, you know, it basically comes down to like them trusting me enough to tell me what they're hearing, because they know that I'm not going to blab. Because that's obviously important, right? They have to trust you enough for you not to say anything, at least to me, because I'm like, I'm not making a YouTube video about this. I'm not going to go on Twitter. And then, of course, the accuracy of the information. Like, if the person's always wrong, then you're not going to trust them. But if the person is getting everything right, then it's like, you know, you definitely know some things. So you kind of just, you know, you continue the good relationship with them or them, and, you know, that's basically how I do it. I don't know about you, Jez.
Yeah, I mean, I've said this before on the show. I don't have sources at Microsoft. I literally don't. I don't have generally speaking, I don't have regular sources who give me information about Microsoft. It usually comes from all random different places, and I don't know if that's just because I've got such a large platform and people like who work with Microsoft, they often think like, you know, oftentimes it's fans of the podcast, honestly, Rand. The fans of the podcast will just come through and be like, I work with an agency that works with Microsoft on something, like here's what I heard, and I'm kind of lucky like that. The platform that I've built over the last 8 years, or 10 years if you count Xbox Mad. That's often how it's done. All kinds of different sources, but I don't have a source at Microsoft who's actively feeding me stuff. Contrary to what PR probably thinks. But yeah. I would never ask someone to violate an NDA for me, because my boss, Daniel Rubino, who is the editor-in-chief of Windows Central, he told me a story from Windows Phone Central's early days when we were called WP Central and all we covered was Windows Phone. He told me a story about a guy who leaked something to The Verge or something, and then he got fired, And I was just like, man, I just don't want to be responsible for someone getting fired. So, which is why I don't seek sources. I never ask anyone to violate their NDAs for me. They want to share something with me, great. But I will never ask or seek that, because I don't want to be responsible for someone getting fired. I don't want to impact someone's life negatively, ever, in any circumstances, in any way. But yeah.
So yeah. I've never asked any of my Xbox friends any information they couldn't give. I always be like, hey, if you can't say anything, don't answer this, and then they'll decide for themselves if they can or if they can't. Chiefman says, with so many fighting games coming out this year, I gotta know, number one, who is your favorite fighting character of all time? And number two, who do you think is the most powerful? For me, Johnny Cage is my favorite, but I think Nightmare from Soul Calibur is the most powerful. Well, like, geez, Chiefman always comes with some pretty good questions. Who is the most powerful? It's probably got to be like Shao Kahn. In my mind, it's got to be Shao Kahn from Mortal Kombat.
Mortal Kombat?
Yeah.
What about the Master Hand, man, from Smash Bros?
I mean, whatever. Nintendo doesn't exist to me.
Oh, man.
I mean,
Idol from Killer Instinct? I don't know.
I mean, favorite is probably... I'll probably just go with Scorpion, honestly.
Basic.
I know, but I mean, like the one.
I'm gonna go with something eclectic.
Okay.
Bakiryu the Mole from Bloody Roar.
Mm-hmm.
Did you play Bloody Roar?
I did play Bloody War, but the character I played the most of in Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3 and Mortal Kombat 3 was Cabal, because I could pull off his combos pretty awesome. But I mean, like Scorpion's badass, dude. I mean, come on, Ninja.
Nah.
Actually, you know what?
All about Yoshimitsu,
actually,
man.
Sub-Zero.
Yoshimitsu.
It's all about Sub-Zero.
Nah, it's basic again. Yoshimitsu, man. Fucking Yoshimitsu.
Yeah, but I'm not.
The character is so badass that he's in 2 different franchises.
Mortal Kombat is my franchise. You know this. I love Mortal Kombat, so it would be somebody from there. Hell, like Cyrax. I used to play Cyrax a lot in Mortal Kombat 3 as well. It was badass there. Chris Bernice.
I used to play Scorpion. I was a Scorpion man in Mortal Kombat. I'm gonna try playing the next Mortal Kombat, because I played Killer Instinct and I always main Spinal. I played Sightless Combat on Twitter. Shout out to him. He's a blind gamer who plays Killer Instinct using the audio cues that the game offers. And like, we played together and I beat him the first time with Spinal. And then we played like 3 or 4 more games, and he just battered me every single time after that. Like he took one game to learn what my combat style was, and then he just battered me every single time without sight. It was so impressive. Freakazoid says Cyrax players are bitches. Damn, Rand, you're getting called out.
No,
bro.
I mean, I played as Cyrax. I played as was it Smoke? Yeah, Smoke became like a robot. I played as him for a bit. I played as Cabal.
I played Rain when I was a kid.
Yeah, okay.
The purple variant.
The purple ninja. Wasn't that Ermac, or was Ermac the red one?
I can't remember. I played Rain, but in Tekken I always played Yoshimitsu, But Yoshimitsu's, I could pull off all of Yoshimitsu's combos. I learned them so damn hardcore. Like even the weird shit, like where he uses his sword as a pogo stick. I used to really piss off my brother, like jumping up and down the pogo stick Yoshimitsu. Oh man, Yoshimitsu is so cool and so weird. I love fighting games, man. I wish Xbox had more of them. But...
Chris Pernice, I know they need to make a Killer Instinct. He says, with the recent games as a service apocalypse, will game developers look to different metrics to determine success other than time played? I'm an avid Destiny player with 5,000 hours sunk, and I can tell when things or events are added to the game just to extend playtime and increase that internal metric. I think people are looking for a fun outlet, escape, and not a second job, and this might be the sign of a changing market. I don't know. I think the problem is with all the recent games as a service apocalypse, those were just small games. Those weren't really big games like Rumbleverse and Crossfire X and Knockout City. I mean, when people saw Knockout City, they were just like, oh, that's not going to do well. And like it lasted for a bit, but eventually went away. Even something like Rumbleverse is like, man, I mean, it's fun, but are people going to play this for a long time? And the answer to that question was no. I mean, isn't it like the ultimate metric to determine success is basically just money? Like how much money people are spending on it? I mean, I think time played is important because they probably think the more you play, the more likely you are to spend money on the product, right? So if you're not spending a lot of time playing it, you're probably also not going to spend any money on it. So I think those two sort of go hand in hand, money spent and time played. But I do feel that the games as a service market is kind of saturated at this point. Like there's so many games vying for your time, and it's not like any of them are I mean, they all might be sort of declining maybe as like the whims of the market goes, but like it's not like Fortnite is dying and there's room for something else. It's going to be very difficult for something new to come and take the place or be one of the top 3 games. I mean, you look at Xbox, it's like you look at the top, it's always Fortnite, Apex Legends, Grand Theft Auto, Modern Warfare, right? Like it's one of those 4. I mean, you might have a game come up and reach the top, like High on Life, for like a week or something, but then that'll fall away, and it's just those are the ones, and it's probably the same thing on PlayStation. So it's going to be very difficult for something else to come around and carve its own niche, because I mean the industry doesn't have this the same amount of players consistently almost every generation. And like you said, for some, like Destiny is like a second job for people, or 2K, and it's like those are what people play. It's going to get them very difficult to then want to spend all another time playing another game. I don't know. It's I feel it because it's like the games as a service stuff kind of drives the industry, it especially drives a lot of these companies. But it seems like it seems now, like with the way everything is, it's like that market might be completely tapped, unless something new, like a new wave. You know how like Battle Royale came out of nowhere and just kind of became the big thing. Maybe until something brand new replaces that. You know,
I think there was definitely a wave of companies, and not just games companies, but all companies, where they were like, okay, the pandemic is going to last forever. And they were in this mentality. Our company was like this too. They're in this mentality where like everyone's going to be stuck at home forever. They're going to be playing games forever. They're going to be reading articles from home forever, and we'll invest on that basis. And I think like Microsoft was one of these companies where they were just like, yeah, everyone's going to be stuck at home forever, so we're gonna go on a hiring spree to capitalize on this opportunity. And then obviously the pandemic ended. You know, I know some people say that the pandemic hasn't ended. It's pretty much ended. You know, I haven't worn a mask for like a year, and I've traveled all across the world. I've been in a million airports. I've flown on like 5 different flights without a mask, and I haven't contracted COVID at all. Like, and I don't know anyone who's gotten COVID recently. So for all intents and purposes, the pandemic is basically over, unless you're someone who's particularly susceptible, in which case you should probably be at home anyway. But in any case, a lot of companies were investing on that basis and thinking about like, we need as many service games as possible because this is the addressable audience, But the addressable audience that existed during the pandemic is not the same as it is now. The addressable audience has shrunk because everyone's gone back to work, everyone's gone back to school, and there's just less people slacking off working from home, And as a result, the addressable audience for service games has gone down, and increasingly we're seeing like service games shut down or struggle and, just fail. Rumbleverse was one of them. Apex Legends Mobile was another one. We had the whole service game apocalypse back in February or January or whatever it was. And that was basically like it was like a new quarter, a new financial quarter. And then EA and etc. publishers were looking at what their service games were doing and like, all these service games are dead. Let's kill them, because those players that were slacking off working from home or they were stuck at home because of the pandemic, lockdowns or whatever, that's never coming back, unless there's another pandemic, God forbid. So it's kind of like shareholders reacting to an opportunity and then reacting again to the lack of an opportunity. And I think the market will adjust at the end of the day. There'll be less opportunities for service games, but there'll probably be more opportunities for shorter games, Like I was saying earlier at the start of the podcast when we were talking about Wo Long Fallen Dynasty, I really want a linear game right now. I don't have time to play like these games that last forever, these service kind of games. I've only got time for one of them in my life, and that's World of Warcraft. And I've barely touched that in the last month because I've just been so busy at work, And I'm someone who actually actively works from home. Now, imagine if you're someone who doesn't actively work from home, and now you have to go back to the office. You're going to have potentially less time, and that's not to say that everyone's slacking off. But if you have to commute 2 hours a day to an office, that's less time for playing games. At the end of the day, if you work from home, you finish at 5 p.m. on the dot. Then you've got an extra 2 hours a day to play a game because you don't have to commute anymore, So even if we're not talking about people who are slacking off, pretending to work while they're at home, people who cut out the commute because of work from home, there's less time in the day at the end of the day, which means there's a smaller addressable audience. So I welcome the service game apocalypse personally, Rand, and I hope that more games like Dead Space come around. But at the end of the day, didn't EA say Dead Space sold under expectations, or am I imagining that?
I think you're imagining that. I don't think they've come out and said that. Yeah.
Oh,
I don't think
I'm sure I read that on Twitter.
I don't think they've come out and said that. You'd have to find it, but either way. DPick94 says, "Happy Friday, fellas. After last week's speculation rumors about a potential Starfield showcase this week, it seems by the time the podcast goes live that there is no showcase this week. Given that last week's sources on Twitter and your own independent sources were saying that we could potentially get one this week, what do you think happened with the showcase?" Well, I mean, it wasn't that we were going to get the showcase this week. It was that they would announce it. We also talked about that way earlier in the show. I don't know. Like I said, one person told me that it was going to happen this week, and one person told me that it was just going to happen really soon, and similar for what Jez had heard. So I don't know. I don't know if it was ever in the cards to announce it or if they changed plans or whatever. I couldn't tell you. But there are definitely a lot of people hearing that something's coming really soon. So maybe they decided that they didn't want to give it a week lead-in or a 2-week lead-in, and it would be better served to just maybe give it a week or a couple days. Well, I mean, we'll eventually find out because it's got to be soon, right? He says, could it have potentially been pushed into next week because of the ever-present ABK drama, Hi-Fi Rush player count announcement, or other marketing priorities? I mean, you never know. I mean, they did announce on Wednesday that the whole Mandalorian partnership with the kind of like giving out the free Xboxes and Star Wars stuff, and maybe that took priority. I have no idea how any of that stuff works. So they'll announce it whenever they're ready. I guess maybe it's this week, or maybe it's the week after that. Maybe, you know what? Maybe what if there is no showcase and it's Starfield's been delayed to the end of the year, and it's like the showcase is in freaking September because the game's coming out in November or something. I don't know. Ryan Kipple says, "How you guys?"
In that case, I will blame you.
Yeah. Ryan Kipple says, "How are you guys feeling about Armored Core 6? What would you like to see from it?" I mean, I haven't played an Armored Core game in a while, so like, I don't really have any feelings about the game. I guess I would need to see gameplay to really form an opinion to see if it was something I'd want to play. Essentially.
Yeah, I have never played Armored Core. I've played Mech Assault and Mech Warrior, and some of the Mech Warrior games and BattleTech. So like, I like the idea of Armored Core. So I'm going to play it, but I don't know that much about it. I've never played any of the other games. I expect this to be something of a reboot in a way. I think didn't Jeff Grubb say that it's coming in August or something?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
He might have said that, but I mean, they said 2023
about it's coming in August.
Maybe. I mean, that could be end of the year game.
Jeff Grubb's got such good sources, man. It pisses me off.
And he's just really good looking too,
Yeah, he's really.
He had all that long hair, and he cut it off, and it's just damn. He's still got it.
Nah, I don't know. I prefer Jeff Grubb with long hair, man.
Mm-hmm.
I prefer him with long hair.
Bickwith Froman 14 says, "When will you guys finally play Breath of the Wild? Tears of the Kingdom is slowly approaching." I mean, honestly, probably never. For me, at least. So, I don't know. Maybe one day. Maybe never say never. Who knows? Not Skywalker says, "Hi crew. Are we 100% definitively sure Xbox is no longer involved with IO for Project Dragon, or is it still up in the air?" We're not. Jez thinks it's not with Xbox, but you're not 100% definitely sure, right? I'll answer Jez for that. "I would not think that they have any obligation to announce a second-party relationship at the time IO is sending off staff to hiring call. And although Xbox wasn't mentioned, IOI did say the game was for PC and console, singular console, but I think it's a stretch to look into that too deeply. Anyway, SIE held off on announcing that PlayStation was publishing Stellar Blade until it was shown in the state of play. So I don't think you always have to announce such a partnership with initial announcement for the project. Specifically, it might be relevant because Xbox is always under fire for revealing games too early. Maybe they don't want their names attached to it until we at least have a CGI teaser or proof of concept thoughts. Cheers and have a good one. I apologize for the longer write-in this week."
Sorry, Rand. My girlfriend was talking to me then.
I mean, basically, he wants to know if you're 100% definitively sure Xbox is no longer with Project Dragon. And I said, you think it's not with them, but you're not 100% sure.
I'm not definitively sure. I mean, it could still be with Xbox. It could still be with Game Pass. But I'm honestly not sure. I think Microsoft might be taking a wait-and-see approach to it. But I also genuinely think the Activision deal might be part of it. Maybe Microsoft doesn't want to announce any timed exclusivity deals because they don't want regulators to look at them and think like, well, you're contradicting yourself. You're complaining about Sony making these kind of deals, and you've just done one with PAX Day, and you've done one with Project Dragon. Maybe that's what it's about. Because honestly, I've heard that Microsoft has pulled out of third-party acquisitions as a result of the Activision deal. So I wouldn't be surprised if the Activision deal is Microsoft has gone all in on making sure there's nothing that lawyers can point to when it comes to arguments with regulators right now. I wouldn't be surprised if Microsoft had pulled out, but I honestly don't know. But I do think it's kind of sus, Rand, that the same week that PAX Day announced itself, that Project Dragon also revealed itself as Project Fantasy.
Yeah, but
the
PAX Day thing. The PAX Day thing was from mainframe, right?
Yes.
And we already knew that they weren't with Xbox because they had taken in like a whole bunch of different investments from different parties. So like we had knew it wasn't with Xbox simply because of that.
What parties?
There was, I remember reading about it a couple months ago, like mainframe basically, unless I'm misremembering, they had taken like investments from different companies or something for the game, and it was like, oh well, they're not with Xbox. I think. Maybe I'm thinking
Yeah,
of
but
somebody else. I don't know.
maybe they took investments from Xbox, but I don't know. I think at the end of the day, we'll find out sooner rather than later. But the fact of the matter is, right now, PAX Day and Project Dragon, Project Fantasy, neither of them have announced platforms, so we just don't know right now.
Yeah. D Butcher says, "Hey guys, hope everyone's having a good day. Do you think shadow dropping games is a better way of boosting Game Pass subscription numbers than the traditional marketing campaign in the set release date? If Starfield were to shadow drop, the FOMO would drive people to subscribe to play, and people can still get their physical copy after the fact. Just a thought. Have a great weekend, everyone." Everyone loves the whole shadow drop thing. I think there's FOMO no matter what. I'm not necessarily sure a shadow drop would have more FOMO. And like, to me, a shadow drop is you didn't even know the game existed, and now the game's out and you can play it. Starfield, if it were to come out in March, wouldn't be a shadow drop because people have been talking about Starfield for years. I think it works for some games. It's definitely not going to work for all. And I think Starfield's the type of game that needs the big marketing push where it's like constant. Every single, for like a couple months, and then the game's out. I think you sort of do a disservice to Starfield to just be like, oh, and by the way, the game's out. Like that, I don't know. To me, like, Starfield needs to be presented as a big, huge event for Xbox, and just shadow dropping it kind of makes it seem like it's it makes it seem like it's lesser. At least that's sort of the vibe I get. Andrew McGregor says, "What game opened your eyes to a whole new genre? For me, it was KOTOR. Never played an RPG or turn-based game before. Loved it so much that it led to other BioWare games, Bethesda games, turn-based, and JRPGs. I mean, for me, it'd be Final Fantasy VII. Never played a JRPG in my life. And I remember getting so transfixed by those commercials that they used to play, like the biggest movie or whatever. They used to play, it was like the biggest motion picture isn't at the theaters, it's on the video game console. You guys know, do you guys remember the Final Fantasy VII commercials back in the day? I remember the marketing was so high. I was so interested in playing that, and I never played an RPG before, and I loved it so much. It got me into playing so many JRPGs from the PlayStation era. I mean, eventually I sort of stopped liking them, but for a while there, like, JRPGs were my jam. So, Haddock says, "Any chance we could see cross-save enabled for Microsoft Xbox PC Store games to Microsoft Steam games? Ideally, we see Game Pass expand to Steam, but doubt the financials would work. Could drive further sales for them, particularly to Steam Deck for taking Game Pass saves on the move."
Some Microsoft games do have cross-platform compatibility with Steam. I think Killer Instinct's one of them. But yeah, I agree with you that, like, it's a mess. Like, some games are cross-compatible with Steam, some games aren't. It's super inconsistent, but that's the nature of PC at the end of the day. It's like super inconsistent. Like, for example, Octopath Traveler is Xbox Play Anywhere, right? Which means that I can play with my Xbox save on PC, I can play with my Xbox save on cloud, right? But I can't play with it on Steam. It's really irritating. So it's kind of like, it's a constant management scenario where I have to constantly think about, like, well, what version am I going to play? And nothing is more true than Pillars of Eternity. Because Pillars of Eternity on Xbox Game Pass for PC is fucking broken. I don't know if you're aware of this, Rand. I might have ranted about it before on the podcast. Pillars of Eternity on PC is completely broken. Whereas Pillars of Eternity on Xbox works okay. And Pillars of Eternity on Steam, you can download patches that fixes all the bugs. But Pillars of Eternity on UWP on PC is completely broken. So like, it's kind of like, where do I want to play it? You know, do I play it on Xbox where the controls are really bad, or do I play it on Steam where it's the most optimized version, but I don't get the cloud stuff? You know, there's some of these issues that Microsoft really needs to solve if it wants to be serious about PC, because like Microsoft's PC offering is just not that great right now. It's just really not.
Omen says, Happy Friday. Recently, my friend and I were talking about Xbox and PlayStation exclusives, and we kind of came to the conclusion Xbox, unfortunately, doesn't yet have that one universally praised franchise that would make most people want to buy an Xbox, similar to God of War and Spider-Man on PS5. Perhaps there's a controversial opinion, but regardless, if you had to pick one third-party franchise to become an Xbox exclusive in order to fill that gap and drive more Xbox sales, what franchise would you choose? Personally, I'd probably pick Grand Theft Auto. I mean, that'd probably be the one I would pick too. Call of Duty would also be one, but that's sort of already happening, but it's not going to be exclusive. But if you were going to make it exclusive, it probably would be Call of Duty because it releases more often than Grand Theft Auto. I guess maybe the problem with Grand Theft Auto is they don't release as often anymore, so like the effect isn't as widespread or as big as it could be. But it definitely would be Call of Duty, and then second would be Grand Theft Auto, I guess. Clarence,
do you believe these rumors that Sony could buy Take-Two?
No, I do not. Clarence Boddicker says, Hey lads, good to be back after some time away, sorting some stuff out. Is it just me, or is there too many games out? There are a lot of games out, bro. Yeah. I don't know where to turn. My question is, though, although things are looking a lot more upbeat for the ABK deal, if it does get blocked, can you see some heads rolling? My opinion is that if the deal gets blocked or not happen, Xbox needs to come back really aggressive and start to play Sony at their own game. The issue with that is I don't think Phil has the capability or the appetite to be like that. I think Rand has said it before. Phil doesn't want to be like that. If that's the case, does there need to be a change in leadership? As if the deal is blocked, the regulators have to set the blueprint of how the industry needs to compete. By money handing, as I've said, I think Phil's too much of a nice guy to be that way. Cheers, lads. You make my Fridays. The problem is, in that regard, like, if the deal does get blocked, the $70 billion is Microsoft's, and they'll determine what to do with it. And I think it's kind of a fool's gambit to think that. Yeah, I think it's a fool's errand or gambit to think that Microsoft will be like, here, use this $70 billion to just do whatever. Because they might give them some to make, okay, what's your plan B? Here's the money to go do that. But then they'll use that money to do other things with. I mean, ABK answers a lot of Xbox's problems in ways other publishers just don't.
What? You
What?
muted?
No, I'm not muted. Are you? What?
You stopped talking, bro.
No, I didn't. I've been talking this whole time. What are you talking about?
Nah, you just stopped talking, bro.
Sorry.
Sorry, it's okay. I forgive you.
You're just not paying attention because you're drunk.
Dude, you went fucking silent. What are you talking about?
That's because your internet's shit.
No. Dude, I'm in Germany. Germany has advanced technology.
Yeah, let's ask the chat if I went silent because I would imagine they're gonna say no because on my end, remember I'm broadcasting this on my end and OBS is fine.
Yeah,
so I bet you they heard everything. You're listening to me through Discord and it probably cut out on Discord because your internet is shit in Germany.
Dude, it's not shit, man.
Yeah, like I said, Drew says think it's your end, Jez.
Have you not heard the meme of German engineering?
Yeah, it's garbage.
Dude, what the fuck, man? Mercedes-Benz?
What about it?
Fucking Mercedes-Benz, the world's best tank, the Leopard 2.
See, everybody says you're crazy. Look at all the people in chat saying that you're wrong.
Oh, shit. I think I've drank too much. I drank half this bottle of Jim Beam.
Jeez.
I'm like, okay, keep going. What were we talking about?
Basically, if the deal gets blocked, they need to money hat everything, and if they don't, Phil needs to step aside and let somebody come in who wants to do it. But I think the thing here is that you assume that they would let Xbox have all that money and it wouldn't just get reinvested, and that they have a plan B to do all these things. I sort of feel like Xbox...
Yeah, like I said. I mean, I said earlier on the show that I spoke to people I spoke to Xbox people in Belgium. Right. I spoke to Xbox people in Belgium, and I said to them, "What's your plan B? What is your plan B?" And they said, "This is literally what they said to me. They said Activision is about accelerating our vision, and if we can't acquire Activision, there is a plan B. It'll just be slower." So, like, what is their plan? Their plan is to have a mobile presence. So you have to assume that they have other acquisitionary targets, if not Activision. Who those are, I don't know. Honestly wonder, Rand, could one of them be Square Enix? Could Microsoft acquire Square Enix?
No.
I think they could.
I don't think so. Don't think so.
Why?
I just don't think it's a good fit. Grumble says Jez is drunk. Who can't pronounce the letter T? And Churro Bear says he did not go silent. Yeah.
Square Enix has a lot of mobile games, and you have to remember them. But this is all about mobile. Square Enix has a pretty decent mobile presence. But I don't know who Microsoft would target beyond, Activision, because this is about mobile. Like, who would you assume? Sega has some mobile games. Square Enix has some mobile games. Even Konami has some mobile games.
I don't know. I don't know much about who has mobile, so I don't know. Space Channel 5 says Scalebound, of course.
Scalebound.
RRD says Xbox needs better marketing. Aaron's nice, but still. And Aaron was out visiting Kojima with the crew.
I really want everyone who's listening to this to know, right? Everyone who's listening to this show needs to know Aaron is not in charge of all Xbox marketing. So everyone always blames Aaron.
He's the most visible.
Yes, he's just the most visible. He has the largest Twitter presence, but he has a boss. There are people above Aaron in the Xbox marketing hierarchy. You can't blame Aaron for everything. He's the most visible, but he's not in charge, okay? Aaron is actually doing a fucking great job with the budget that he's given. Aaron does a great fucking job, okay? So there are other people that need... If you want to blame someone with regards to Xbox marketing, it's not Aaron. I'm seriously telling you guys, it's not Aaron, okay? It's not Aaron.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna Crumb says, do you guys think they didn't announce the showcase because Jeremy and Randall leaked it? No, they wouldn't. I don't think that'd be the case.
And anyway, it was Andy. It wasn't us, Rand.
Yeah, that's just true.
It was Andy at VGC. It wasn't Rand and Jez. It was
Andy. Parker Petrov
last week.
He says, happy Friday, gents. I've been wondering with how heated it's gone between Sony and Microsoft and the media over Rand's favorite acquisition topic. When the dust all settles, and let's just say the acquisition goes through fine, do you think the relationship between Sony and Microsoft is ruined or forever sullied? I don't think so. As for the past year, Sony has done the one cardinal sin that you never wanted to do. They mess with people's money, and not just on an entity-to-entity level. Employees who hold stock options would be affected. People's golden parachutes, employees who want the better working place, are just kind of in limbo. Sony has been spinning a web of lies based on grains of truth. Microsoft as a company has been drug at times over things Sony does all the time. It seems hard to believe that this could be all chalked up to, well, that's just business. Why don't you fly on over and grab a beer, Jim? Cheers. Have a great weekend, guys. I mean, I don't know how much of a relationship Sony and Microsoft have anyways. I mean, maybe you can say if the deal got blocked, Sony's relationship with Activision would be affected negatively in a way. I think that could be a realistic possibility. I don't know about Sony and Microsoft though. Honestly. I get what you're saying though, and I think it'd be more Activision. Like Activision may look at them being like, I don't know, we're gonna ring you for all we can get now, or maybe we do deals with Microsoft instead. And oh, you're worried about the marketing deal with Call of Duty? Well, guess what? Microsoft has the marketing deal now, or something. But I don't know. Kraken says, hey guys, E3 is almost 3 months away. I want your early realistic predictions. Which big games will be there from Xbox and Bethesda if you were to guess right now? I don't know. I haven't even really thought about it. I mean, like, you would think Avowed would be there and Hellblade, maybe Indiana Jones, Compulsion's game possibly. I'd have to think more about it. But yeah, I think it's a little bit too early right now. You'd have to wait, until we get closer to E3 for like a full list of things that could happen. Blythoven says, all right, you choose. One of these gets shadow dropped at E3, one doesn't come until 2027, and one gets fully canceled. Avowed, Perfect Dark, and Fable. Shadow drop Perfect Dark at E3. Fable doesn't come out in 2027, and Avowed gets canceled. There you go. There you go.
No.
Yep.
Don't put that fucking energy on me, bro.
Yep. That's what it should. That's exactly what it should be. But those are all the questions. Thank you to all the Patreon.
Wait, bro.
What?
We need to take some questions from the chat, bro.
No, we're already over 4 hours. We can't do that this week.
Fuck it, bro. 5 hours.
No.
Let's go. 5 hours, bro.
No.
5. Let's take a couple. Just take 2 questions from chat.
No. I have things I gotta go do. It's 4 hours.
Like what? Fuck it, man. I want to do a 5-hour podcast. Come on.
No 5-hour podcast. Thank you to Archless Prime for the super chat. Anyways, I think that's the show. It's 4 hours. I got some things I need to go finish and go do. I'm sure Jez has got some things he needs to go do, but we appreciate every one of you guys for being here. Appreciate you.
Dude, Rand.
What?
I'm serious, right? We should do a 12-hour podcast.
No, we shouldn't.
For charity or something.
No.
For charity.
Absolutely
a 12-hour
not.
podcast.
No.
Come on. That'd be awesome.
Absolutely not. No.
12-hour podcast. People do it on Twitch all the time, bro.
Yeah, that's on Twitch. I'm definitely not going to do a 12-hour podcast.
What about a 6-hour podcast for charity? Come on, we need to do it, man. Come on, for charity. Nope. Commit. Come on.
Absolutely
I want to do it.
Well, then you can do it. You got your own channel. You can do it.
My channel's shit, man. I've got like 3,000 subscribers.
Well, I'm definitely not doing a 12-hour podcast because you want to know why? F them kids.
6 hours. 6 hours.
F them kids. I'm not doing a 6-hour one either.
About 4 hours. Oh,
No.
We just did one.
No. Anyways.
Okay. Fine.
Anyways, guys, thank you so much for being. We'll be back next week. What is it? March 10th. I don't know what's gonna happen this week. I'm sure there'll be a bunch of stuff. But until then, love you all. And
this is fun.
Have a great rest of the weekend. Keep it gaming, guys.
Take care, everybody.
Later.
Yeah.